Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Right, I've got the headset back on that I usually been using, and everything sounds clear. I've got no crackling, so I don't know if things were just overheating yesterday or what. Phonetics, good to see you. Beautiful disaster. Bo, I've got to email you yet. I haven't done any emails today, so you won't have heard from me yet. Good to see everybody. Is the sound okay? Can you just give me a 555? Because I don't know if this headset I don't know what happened yesterday with the glitching. It could have been the heat. It's cooler today. Starting a little bit later, and it should be, they told us it's going to be a shorter day. Good to see Empress as well. Vixen. No worries. Take your time. I sent it before. Okay, great. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, let's start. They said it's going to be a half day today, didn't they? Judge. Right, I'm going to take the chat off because the chat won't line up and it'll be distracting. Oh, I'm going to go and have a look if Lawyer Lee has explained the change yesterday. You know, the legal terminology. I need to play that as well. Let's change the background. We don't need to kick the background. How is everybody today? Glad it's cooler. Ooh, it was a hot one yesterday. Do that. Let's change the background. Put the banner down. Change the banner rather. Into what we've got today. Thank you, Phonetics, for the super sticker. Pin that. Thank you, love. Right, we're on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Rumble.
All rise. Jurors enter.
It's got a little black cat on it. That's cute. It didn't show me the black cat this side, but it does on the YouTube side.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Plymouth Superior Court, now sitting within for the Commonwealth. Draw the air, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, please.
Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning again. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions again, and then go over the schedule. Forget we are not, or you are not, sitting this afternoon, okay? And that's not going to change, so you can count on that. So let me ask you at this point, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Great. Thank you again for following those instructions. And what we're going to do is we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And like I said, we are not you're not going to be sitting this afternoon. The plan, and I'll double check when we get to that point, would be to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and pretty much relatively full day tomorrow and probably Friday as well. But I'll double check as we go through that, all right? And I'll let you know as soon as I can if there's any changes to that schedule. So with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness. Commonwealth?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Etan Negri.
Good morning. You stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending before the Commonwealth and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a
Yes, sir.
seat.
About to step, please.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I just ask you to speak into that microphone.
Sure.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Eitan, last name is Negri.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
Eitan.
And your last name?
Negri.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a physician associate, physician assistant.
And
I was just about to say something medical. Am I muted? No. I was going to say medical, but I wouldn't have got it quite right.
did you go to school for that?
Yes.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I did my undergraduate
You're wrong.
at City College in New York, and I did a post-bac at Brooklyn College, followed by a PA program at Torrey University in Manhattan.
And
Maybe.
do you currently work as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And do you currently work in the state of Massachusetts?
No, ma'am.
Are you licensed in the state of Massachusetts?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you licensed in any other states?
New York State.
I'm going to go back to January of 2023. Were you working in Massachusetts then?
Yes.
And where were you working?
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
And were you in that same role as a physician's assistant?
Yes.
And what were you doing? What were your general duties in that role working at Brigham and Women's?
Generally, you assess a patient, you diagnose, you formulate a plan with an attending physician, and you execute that plan throughout the day. It encompasses various things.
Were you working in any particular department at Brigham and Women's back in January of 2023?
Trauma, burn, surgical ICU.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to a particular patient that came into the Brigham and Women's Hospital on January 24th of 2023. That patient was Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall encountering this patient on January 25th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did you do as it pertained to the care and treatment of this patient?
I received the information from the shift before me, formulated a plan, examined her, assessed her, staffed that plan with the attending physician, and executed that plan throughout the day.
And fair to say this particular patient had injuries that you were directed to observe, review, form that plan on.
Correct.
What were the injuries?
She had multiple injuries. The most acute were injuries that were requiring consultation with other services, and the ones that I directly managed were the lacerations to her wrists and her just her wrists, actually.
And as far as when you say she had other acute injuries, you were not involved in the care of her for those, correct?
I was involved in the care that involved consulting other services to manage those things, yes.
Okay, and as far as any sort of repair work that you were doing as a physician's assistant working with the trauma surgeons, what repair work were you assigned to do?
Laceration repair.
And on this particular patient, where were the injuries or lacerations that you were going to repair?
She had multiple lacerations on both of her wrists. She had superficial on her neck, which I did not repair.
Okay. And as it pertained to the wrists, did you go through that process of observing, reviewing, coming up with a plan, and then repairing those injuries?
Yes.
And were you directed to do that by any particular doctor?
Not necessarily directed. A lot of those things fall within my scope, and since they were less acute, they kind of fell down the chain to me.
Okay. And you're aware that she was being seen and treated by a host of other doctors, nurses, an entire team?
Yes.
Okay. As it pertains to the wrist injuries, what did you do to examine those areas?
The first thing I do is assess the location, then I assess the severity, whether it requires intervention by someone other than myself. In this instance, it did not. So then I proceed with just kind of protocol laceration repair.
When would it be a situation where you'd need somebody else to intervene?
If it required surgical intervention or suturing repair beyond my skill set, in this instance, it did not.
Okay. And so referring to these particular injuries, when you observed them, did you observe any areas of active bleeding?
No.
And fair to say they had been treated by nurses and other staff prior to you encountering these injuries, correct?
Yes, they were dressed and covered before I got there.
Now, when you assessed them, you noted that they were bilateral, correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means on both sides of the body, so both wrists.
Okay. And so referring to the right wrist, what were your observations of the injuries to the right wrist?
The right wrist, as far as my reference to the note, is that she had a few lacerations, one of which was severe and deep enough to require repair.
And fair to say that that right wrist injury was the one that you repaired was 3 centimeters deep.
Approximately, if that's what my note says, then that's what it was.
Okay. And on a wrist, or this area of the wrist where you observed the injuries, that depth of 3 centimeters, did that require further surgical intervention, or were you able to suture that area?
I was able to suture that area. As far as what happened subsequent to that, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And how many sutures did you use to repair that injury?
I believe 3.
And in relation to any other cuts or lacerations that were on that right wrist, did any other of those lacerations require suturing?
No.
How did you treat those other injuries?
Just irrigation, meaning cleaning them out, and then using a type of tape to close them shut.
And that's generally referred to as a steri strip, correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Me.
I'm showing you 2 photographs. Do those photographs depict the repairs or the sutures that you did on the right wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
I would move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, those may be admitted.
1 and 202.
And I'm just going to show on the screen what's now been marked as Exhibit 201, and you should be able to see it, sir, on the screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is the right wrist, correct?
Correct.
And those black lines in the middle of the photograph are those the sutures that you did?
Correct.
And just showing you 202, Exhibit 202. These white strips that are all around the injury, are those the steri strips?
Correct.
Now, on the left wrist, do you recall what you observed to be the injuries on that wrist?
I believe there was a similar laceration, just shorter in length, that required fewer sutures.
And fair to say, if your notes reflect that the left wrist had one, meaning just a singular 2 centimeter deep linear cut, that would have been what your observations were of the injury that you repaired?
Correct.
And how many sutures did that injury require?
1 suture.
And were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
Just going to show you 2 more photos. Are those familiar to you?
Yes.
And are those the suture that you did on the left wrist of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
I move to admit these as the next 2 exhibits.
All right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Exhibit 203 and 204.
Thank you.
And now again, just showing what's been now marked as Exhibit 203. And you see the injury there on the wrist near the ruler in the photograph.
Yes.
And Exhibit 204, which is just a closer upshot of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, you see the white strips. Those are also steri strips that were applied.
Correct.
Now, in relation to any of these wounds on the right or the left wrist, did you observe the lacerations to go any deeper than the subcutaneous tissue?
On my observation, no.
Okay. And when we talk subcutaneous tissue, we're talking about that fatty tissue on underneath your skin, correct?
Correct.
And did you have to return at any point, to your knowledge, to readdress these issues or do any further laceration repair as it pertained to this patient?
On that shift, no.
Do you recall if you did it on any other shift?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Is it Mr. Negri?
Agree, yes, sir.
And you're not a doctor, you're a physician assistant, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And how long had you worked for Brigham and Women's prior to seeing Lindsay Clancy that on January 24, 23?
I believe I was in my 2nd year of employment with Brigham and Women's.
Okay, and you got to keep your voice up because people back here have to be able to hear you too,
I
okay?
believe I was in my 2nd year of employment at Brigham and Women's.
You're not suggesting for 1 minute that after you did your butterfly stitches, Lindsay could have got up and walked out the door of the hospital, right?
No, sir.
And would you agree with me that, in fact, she was critically ill when you saw her, right?
Yes, sir.
And she certainly wasn't critically ill from COVID or a flu or something like that, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You know that there are notes that are prepared for the records from the hospital. For example, on January 24, 2023, hospital admission form is filled out. Do you know a Dr. Jeffrey Andrew Anderson?
Yes.
And he was, what was his position that night?
He was one of the trauma surgeons and also one of the intensivists, the attending physicians in the ICU.
All right. And you've had a chance to review a number of records and photographs with the DAs, I imagine, right?
I've reviewed my own procedure note.
Okay, so what does that mean?
It means I reviewed the note that I wrote myself regarding the laceration repairs.
Okay, is that the note that indicates that it appears as though that, for example, on the right upper extremity, there's a 3.5 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist?
I don't believe that I commented saying volar specifically, so I don't know if that's in regards to my note, but I believe my note did say about 3 centimeters deep, yes.
Okay, so do you recall indicating in your note that it was superficial laceration, or did you indicate that it was a deep laceration?
I indicated that some of them were superficial, and the one that I repaired in particular was 3 centimeters deep.
And you've had occasion to speak to the prosecutors on this case, and they've asked you about the superficial injury to a wrist, right?
Correct.
In addition to the, as indicated on page 75 of the Brigham and Women's Hospital record that I have, and we can fix that with other records if it doesn't coincide. There's a note from Dr. Anderson that the right upper extremity, 3.5 centimeter deep laceration volar aspect of the wrist. Left upper extremity, 2 centimeter deep laceration on the volar aspect of the wrist. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you were able to, as you say, clean it up with saline or whatever, and then you stitched up what you had to stitch up, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything to do with the massive transfusion that she had?
No, sir.
Do you have anything to do with the treatment of the transected spine that she had, the shattered spine?
No, sir.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the insertion of tubes on both sides of her body and the draining of the blood that had pooled in her middle cavity?
Just the management of those tubes after, but not the placement.
Okay. So you were there while that was done?
I was there managing once they had been placed, but I was not there for the placement of them.
Okay,
no.
But you knew that they were in there, that they were draining
Correct.
the blood. Okay. And do you know where the blood came from that was in her middle extremity?
I don't know specifically. I'd have to refer back to the imaging reports.
In any event, you know that shortly thereafter she coded, right?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
No, sir.
And basically, that means that the patient has, in effect, died from cardiac arrest, right?
Not necessarily died, but their heart has stopped beating for that.
And then there's the crash teams and everybody hopefully revives the person, right?
Correct.
And you guys did that, or they did, and they were successful reviving her, correct? So without going through everything, you'd agree with me, sir, that your observations would be of the wrist, the repair, and the taking care of the tubes after they were inserted into both sides of her chest.
That's correct.
And that was your involvement extended, correct? You're all done after
I was
that.
involved in the ongoing management of her care throughout the day, but just as you stated, not the things that you asked me about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
I'd offer these.
They're part of the record. I would object if we could approach.
I don't want to have a jury having to go through 10.
Well, I know that. Listen, you want to mark them for identification, and then we can address that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I may just with a few questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Negri, I'm just going to approach and show you.
Hold on a second. Is that my? Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you.
Just to show you a page from the records that's labeled Brigham and Women's, page 76. You can hold it in.
Specifically, this highlighted area?
Yeah, I would direct your attention to the bottom paragraph where it says exam. That's not your note from the record, correct?
Correct.
And when it's noted that the right upper extremity, left upper extremity has 3.5 centimeter deep laceration, 2 centimeter deep laceration, deep in the medical notes is not a adjective of it, correct? It's more of a directionality of the injury.
It's a description of, basically an objective unit of measure.
Okay. But when we say deep, it means that it goes down into the skin as opposed to across
It
the
doesn't
skin.
matter what we say, it's what the record says.
I understand, but just, if you could ask that question again.
As far as your assessment of injuries, deep goes down in the skin as opposed to across the skin.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as Dr. Anderson goes, you knew that him to be one of the attendings and a trauma surgeon in this case. Were you aware that on January 24th, he had examined these injuries and indicated they did not require repair at that time?
I don't recall specifically. I'm sorry.
But you came in to repair these on January 25th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything on that?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. You're all set. Attorney Buckingham, please.
The Commonwealth would call Nicholas Roberts as its next witness, please.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat.
Why don't you step, please?
Good morning, sir. All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Nicholas Roberts.
And where do you currently work?
I work for a company called Thermo Fisher.
What is that? What do they do?
They sell plenty of laboratory-based products, including refrigeration. They sell solvents. They do instruments as well.
Prior to working for that company, did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I did.
In what unit did you work for the crime lab?
I was in the toxicology unit
How long did you work for the crime lab?
for about 9 years.
And in working for the crime lab, what kind of training and experience did you have to work in the toxicology unit?
Prior to being hired, I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology. I also have the master's is in forensic toxicology. While being hired on the job, they provide training for all the in-house stuff that we test for, which includes not only a theory-based training, but also practical stuff so that you can analyze and run all the tests that we do in-house.
And as far as your work in the toxicology unit, fair to say in January of 2023 or February of 2023, you were what's referred to as a forensic scientist too, correct?
Yes.
And throughout your time at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have to undergo competency tests and proficiency tests?
Yes.
And why is that? Why do you have to do that?
So mainly it's to...
I know
Hold
the
on,
gentleman,
we
he's
get to go
qualified.
one at a time. Good. Is there
I'm just saying,
objection?
I know he's qualified, and I have no problem with his credentials and his
All
testimony.
right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Sir, in working at the State Police Crime Lab, did you just work in the toxicology unit or did you work in any other units in your time there?
No, only in toxicology.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the toxicology unit, fair to say the State Police Crime Lab has a specific set of protocols and procedures that are followed in every case?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time in February of 2023, was the State Police Crime Lab using the batch review process?
Yes.
And so when the state police use this process, there are a number of different technicians or forensic scientists that work on any given case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of it, one analyst is responsible for reviewing all the data and authoring a report.
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, if you're that person reviewing the data and authoring the report, do you have the ability to interpret some of the data in the report?
Yes.
Or data in the testing, I should say.
Yes, we review all the data that is provided within the case file.
And did you, during your time at the crime lab in the toxicology unit, stay up to date on various types of drugs and quantifications of those drugs and what that could mean for levels in a person's blood or urine?
Yes, they keep us up to date on drugs that are commonly used.
So one of the roles in the toxicology unit is for you to report whether substances are detected in blood and urine. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at some points, are you also called upon to interpret the levels of those drugs?
So in blood, we report values. So we get concentrations of the different drugs, and we mainly report them in blood.
Okay. And as far as the concentration levels themselves, did you have training and experience on interpreting those levels?
We usually get training on the effects of the drugs. It's hard to say with some drugs, as well as some people, what one level might mean for one person. It might differ, and you have different effects on another.
Okay, and fair to say that's a limitation of just reviewing blood and not knowing anything else about a case, right?
Yes.
At the toxicology unit, at the crime lab, is there a limitation as to how or what types of drugs can actually be quantified or given concentration levels?
Yes, we only quantify certain drugs.
And what happens if there are other drugs present and there's a request for quantification or concentration levels? What does your lab do with that?
Usually they're sent out to another lab in order for testing.
And are you familiar with the NMS lab?
Yes.
Is that, or was that at that time, a common lab that would be sent drugs that you could not quantify in your lab?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the lab number of 23-01, 01723. It's a case that you were the reporting analyst on, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that there were several items that were submitted to the toxicology unit as specimens.
Yes.
Including blood, plasma, and urine.
Yes.
And did you work with other members of the toxicology unit to have those specimens screened and then further tested?
Yes, the batch process was followed.
And as far as any screening tests, did you yourself do any screening tests on these items?
Yes.
What screening tests did you do?
The screening for the alcohol.
And was there any alcohol present?
No.
And in this screening for alcohol, does it just tell you whether it was detected or not detected?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you don't have a result, there's nothing further to do.
Correct.
Now, as far as the blood that was tested in this case, in the urine, you were aware that there were screening tests done for what's called the ELISA screen, benzodiazepines, and general unknown screens for these samples, correct?
Yes, that's usually our protocol.
And in any of those circumstances, were there positive results?
Yes.
And as it pertained to the positive results, what's your understanding of what was positive?
So to my knowledge, it was positive for the benzodiazepine panel in ELISA. That would have gotten further confirmatory testing done on it to see the levels as well as the individual types of benzos that were present in the blood. And the same was for the urine as well. We also identified a few substances via our general unknown screen, which was confirmed in blood and urine.
Now, as far as...
Also, is there an agreement as to whose blood is being tested at this point instead of just by the number?
Yes.
I mean, it might be easier for everybody, for the jury to follow.
So would Your Honor just like you to read the results?
No, just instead of referring to it by a number. Well, let me see it sidebar.
I thought they'd agreed on all this. Because he seems grumpy. Just know what chat's saying. Good to see you, Jennifer. Meanie Maggie. Good to see anybody new coming in, or if I haven't said hi, hi. I'm not watching the chat all the time. It's crabby. I'm going to see what lawyer Lee says about what they agreed on yesterday. Lawyer Lee. She's usually good at breaking things down. Or Emily D. Baker. See if Emily D. Baker's done anything.
Sir,
She's covering Corey Rich.
I tell you that your report was previously entered as Exhibit 183. Have you had the opportunity to review your report before coming today?
Yes.
And so the lab number that we've been referring to, you're aware that the person associated with that lab number was actually a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the testing that was done, you received results to the positive benzodiazepines in the screen, and then it was confirmed, correct?
Correct.
How many benzodiazepines were present?
There were at least 4 or 5.
Okay. And were you able to get concentration levels from the blood samples after that screen and the confirmatory tests?
Yes.
And again, already in evidence, but the toxicology report for item 10-101 on the blood with those benzodiazepines, there's diazepam, correct?
Yes.
Norodiazepam,
Yes.
oxazepam,
Yep.
temazepam,
Yes.
and lorazepam.
Yes.
And as far as your review of the testing on those substances and the concentration levels, did anything about any of those levels stand out to you as far as based on your training and experience?
Only that they were reportable.
Okay. Are you familiar whether they're in any sort of therapeutic level for any of those drugs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned there were also other substances that were detected in the general unknown screen, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been mirtazapine, lamotrigine, quetiapine metabolite, and trazodone.
Yes.
And was your lab able to get concentration levels for those?
No.
And so what did you do, or what was done with the samples or the specimens as it pertained to those substances?
To my knowledge, they were sent to NMS labs.
And you've previously stated that you are trained on effects of certain types of drugs, but your limitation is you don't know how it affects a particular individual, correct?
Correct.
These particular 5 benzodiazepines, do you know where they fall in the type of drug, what the general effects of those drugs are?
Benzos tend to be central nervous system depressants.
Okay. And the ones that were detected, but you don't have the levels for mirtazapine and the list I read, what category are those drugs?
Those tend to also be central nervous system depressants. Quetiapine in particular is usually known to treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia.
And as it pertains to the presence of the 5 benzodiazepines, your testing is limited in that you don't know whether that was from one medication or multiple medications, correct?
Correct, because the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam tend to be metabolites of diazepam.
No further questions.
Are you ready?
Morning.
Morning.
How you doing?
That's
too
some
bad,
Pams,
so-
isn't
All
it?
right. Just a couple of brief questions. First of all, this would be a blood sample that was taken from Lindsay on a particular, like one day. This is not a panel of a bunch of different samples, right?
To my knowledge, there would have been a few different test tubes submitted to us. I'm
Okay,
not
test
sure.
tubes, but when you draw in other words, when you draw the blood, it would basically be the same time that they put it in different test tubes.
Yes, I'm not familiar with these specific ones, like if they were done over a span of time. But usually,
That's fair enough. I mean, but you have the test tubes and you know that it's Lindsay Clancy's blood, right?
yes.
And you'd agree with me that that's a fairly large number of drugs and metabolites that are in that particular blood sample, right?
I've seen more.
Oh, I'm sure. But nevertheless, that's still a large number of drugs, though, right?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
And you don't know, as a working your job for the state police at that time, you don't know how many of these drugs are coming from scripts, prescriptions, and things of that nature, right?
No.
One of the things that you had mentioned were metabolites, and you said that because the district attorney asked you about different benzodiazepines, this PAM, that PAM, this PAM, that PAM, and then you responded and said, yeah, but there's a lot of metabolites involved in that, right?
What,
What
Pam?
does that mean?
So a metabolite is just a breakdown of anything usually by the body. So you have what we call a parent drug, and the body, if you ingest that, the body would then break it down or put it into a more digestible form in order to get rid of it.
Okay. So when you have a number of metabolites, for example, someone may have a prescription for amitriptyline or a prescription for Zoloft or Ativan or something. And they take the pill and it's in their system, and then over time it would metabolize and there'd be different PAMs or whatever it is that would break down into the blood. Is that right?
Yes.
How about
worked.
tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, marijuana? What was the level on that?
To my knowledge, we didn't find any.
No marijuana, right?
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You stepped up there.
Yeah.
Hi. Come on.
Your Honor, at this time, upon agreement, I'd ask to admit as the next exhibit, just a chart that the parties have agreed upon that lists the brand names of some of the drugs that have been spoken about throughout the course of the trial, as well as what they were also known as for the ease of the jurors.
All right.
Yes, that's by agreement, Judge.
All right. All right. So by agreement, that may be admitted.
205.
And the Commonwealth would call Dr. Jonathan Brower as its next witness.
Good morning, sir. Morning. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury without no comment between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right. Ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
It's Justin Brower, Brower.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic toxicologist for NMS Laboratories.
And where is that laboratory located?
The laboratory is located in Horsham, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia.
And what does your laboratory do?
We are a reference laboratory. We do postmortem work, clinical work, and forensic drug work. So primarily my role is on the forensic side. I'm a forensic toxicologist.
And does your lab receive specimens from all across the country?
On YouTube, mods can't pin. Excuse me, hold up. Unfortunately, on YouTube, only the creator can pin comments, so I'll pin it. Thank you, though. I don't know why it didn't drop for me. I'm going to email you the kickbox?
We do. We have clients in all 50 states. We do approximately half of the postmortem work in the United States, as well as a large number of clinical clients.
And is your lab accredited across several states and across the country?
We are, because we deal with all the states in the United States, all the states in the country. We are accredited by just about every accrediting body that I'm aware of in the clinical and forensic aspects, as well as a lot of state certifications. So a lot of states have their own requirements. The most notable one is like New York State. So we're accredited by, again, every accrediting body that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how long have you worked for NMS Laboratory?
4 years as of August 1st.
Okay. And what's your educational background as a forensic toxicologist?
I have a PhD in organic chemistry.
Where did you get that from?
The University of Nevada.
And do you have any other professional experience in this field prior to working for NMS?
I do. Before joining NMS Laboratories, I was a laboratory supervisor and then forensic toxicologist for the North Carolina Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is a statewide system. So we did the postmortem toxicology work for all 100 counties of the state of North Carolina.
And when it comes to your role in the forensic area of doing the toxicology testing, what is your role in the NMS lab when it comes to cases that come to the laboratory for forensic analysis?
So when a case comes into NMS and is logged in and the assigned or the requested test assigned and then run and reviewed multiple times in the laboratory, when all that testing is completed, it comes to the toxicology department. And my role is to review every aspect of that case. So I'm making sure that everything on the toxicology report is complete and accurate, such as all the demographic information that we have available to us, the name of the decedent or the patient, date of birth, where it's from, the specimens that we received, and then also that all of everything that is reported is complete and accurate, making sure that all the drugs that were tested for are reported and that the reported concentrations are correct and accurate, and looking at every piece of raw data accumulated from the laboratory with that case, associated with that case.
Fair to say the NMS laboratory uses a batch review workflow.
That is correct. So we not only run the cases in batches, so we don't run one case at a time. That's not very efficient. I don't really know of any laboratory that does that anymore. So we will run cases, 10, 15, 30 or 40 at a time.
So as far as running a particular tests and getting the raw data, that's usually done by other people in the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And then you come in at the end and review everything and have the ability to interpret the data.
That is correct.
Your training and experience as a forensic toxicologist, does that allow you to interpret concentration levels of particular types of drugs?
It does.
Now, as far as the testing done at NMS Laboratories, the traditional testing is kind of the drug testing, the panels for different common drugs, correct?
And typically, we have clients request panels to be run where we're looking for, multiple drugs and classes of drugs at a time.
But are there circumstances when outside laboratories or outside individuals retain your lab in order to run specific tests?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to this particular case. Was your laboratory provided a blood sample from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in April of 2023?
I believe so. I'd really like to see the toxicology report so I can just confirm all of that, please.
Sure.
I have no objection to that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You can hang on to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Correct. We received the specimens on April 7th, 2023.
Okay. And it came from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
No. I don't know where they were initially sent from, but the client or the submitting agency is the District Attorney's Office of Plymouth.
Okay. Now, as it pertains to the requested testing that was done, was it that panel that you described, or was it more specific testing?
This is what we call direct testing, where they requested just 4 specific drugs to be tested for.
And what were the 4 specific tests requested?
Lamotrigine, mirtazapine, quetiapine, and trazodone.
Are you familiar with those substances or those drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you reviewed all of the data and information done at your lab in regards to these tests, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they able to identify concentration levels in the sample that was submitted for each one of those 4 substances?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the first, can you tell us what the result was?
Would you like me just to run down the list?
Sure.
Okay. We detected lamotrigine in a concentration of 6.1 micrograms per milliliter, mirtazapine at a concentration of 200 nanograms per milliliter, quetiapine at a concentration of 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, and trazodone at a concentration of 0.44 micrograms per milliliter. And these were all in blood.
In blood. And so with each drug that you just listed, are you familiar with what the common name is for the drugs?
I'm not always that great with common names, but I can wing it.
Okay. Well, the lamotrigine, and forgive me if I botched
That's okay.
the pronunciation, that's also referred to commonly as Lamictal.
It is correct, Lamictal.
What kind of drug is that?
It's typically used as an anti-seizure medication. So if somebody has a seizure disorder, it can be prescribed to alleviate seizures, but it is also used for bipolar disorder as well.
And mirtazapine, fair to say that's commonly referred to as Remeron.
Correct.
And what kind of drug is that?
That isn't typically an antidepressant.
And quetiapine, what's that common drug?
Quetiapine is known as Seroquel.
And fair to say that's an antipsychotic as well for bipolar?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with whether that often can be prescribed in low doses for sleep?
It is. It can be for insomnia.
And trazodone, what's the common name for trazodone, if you know?
I am drawing a blank on the trazodone.
If I suggest trazamine, is that familiar?
Not the one I'm most familiar with, and I apologize.
That's okay, but you're familiar with trazodone.
Correct,
And
yeah.
what class of drug is that?
That's an antidepressant.
Now, in your review of the levels that were detected in these 4 tests for each of these substances, do any of these levels appear to be outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The only one that's a little elevated would be the quetiapine.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a very short break at this time. All right. So this will be a short break, and we'll come right back. All right.
All right. Please go to notebook, place them on the chairs. This way, please.
That was abrupt. Yeah, maybe he needs the bathroom.
All right. We'll be right. This will be a short break, just for a short recess. We'll come right back out.
Half hour?
Hopefully not.
That's the thing, isn't it? What if you do suddenly need the bathroom? Also, if you've been following the Sarah Grace Patrick track, well, that was going to start 3rd of August, which would have clashed with this. That's been put back again. So there's no date for that one at the moment. So at least we might get to cover that one. Did they give her everything? I'm not sure. Is it Renee or Renee? Because I have loads of different friends that have. Some say Renee, some say Renee. I don't like to say people's names wrong. Beauty of this, we could skip the breaks. Don't look happy, does he? Asked him. Doing it all on his own, though, look.
Parties are present, including Ms. Clancy and including the 18 jurors.
All right. All right. Counsel?
Thank you. Dr. Brower, before we broke, we mentioned the term therapeutic concentration. You familiar with that term?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's the typical concentration that one would achieve when they're taking the medication or drug as indicated by their prescriber.
And are you familiar with toxic concentrations or suicidal concentrations?
I am.
And what does that mean?
Those are concentrations that could lead to adverse events and potentially death.
Now, in relation to the 4 substances that were tested at the NMS laboratory, you identified the levels for each of the 4 substances. Were any of those concentration levels considered within therapeutic concentration?
It would all be in what I would say a therapeutic concentration, except maybe the quetiapine, which is slightly elevated.
Okay. And in your experience as a forensic toxicologist, have you had the occasion to review cases, postmortem cases in which suicide was a mechanism of death where the person consumed medication?
Absolutely, yes.
And so that level of the quetiapine at the 800 nanograms per milliliter, would that have been in that toxic or suicidal level?
No, ma'am.
Would you generally expect to see that significantly greater in a suicide case?
Typically, quetiapines in suicide cases might be in the, close to 10,000 nanograms per milliliter. Usually people take handfuls of pills when they're trying to harm themselves and take their own life, and this is not consistent with that.
Now, are you also familiar in your training and experience with the class of drugs called benzodiazepines?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have the occasion to interpret data as it pertains to concentration levels for those?
Every single day.
And as far as the substances diazepam, noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, you're familiar with those?
I am.
And it's fair to say noradiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, those are all metabolites of diazepam?
Typically, yes, ma'am.
And what's the common name for diazepam?
Valium.
Okay. If I show you what's been marked as Exhibit 183 already. Can you see that on the screen beside you?
I can, yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Can you see the levels?
They're all blurry.
Yep, hold on one second. There we go.
My eyesight's not great too, so.
Okay, so
That's perfect.
That's the best I can do with the autofocus.
Don't touch it.
Anything about the levels that you observed here regarding those substances, those benzodiazepines, that tell you that they're outside therapeutic concentration levels?
The diazepam and the nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam metabolites, the diazepam looks to be sub-therapeutic, meaning lower than what is typically expected from a therapeutic dose. Most therapeutic doses of diazepam, which is an anxiolytic drug or an anti-anxiety drug, are typically 200, 250 thereabouts nanogram per milliliter. The lorazepam, depending upon the dose, could be a therapeutic concentration, if not maybe a little bit lower than expected.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you're reviewing these cases, as the reporting forensic toxicologist, are there limitations on what you can say about the effects of these types of medications?
We can speak as to the general effects that drugs can have on the general population, but we try to restrict ourselves from saying with absolute certainty that a drug will have this effect on this specific person, because we just aren't there to witness their behavior.
Okay, so that was kind of the follow-up. So
I'm sorry.
What are the things that are the unknowns for you when you're just looking at data?
When we say that we can't do toxicology in a vacuum. You can't know everything about the case just by looking at numbers on the toxicology report and drugs on a toxicology report. You need other information to have an informed opinion. In the postmortem world, that would be the investigation itself, the history of the case, the scene findings, interviews with, families and friends of the decedent, as well as autopsy findings as well. In a case like this, where it's not a decedent and the person is alive, you still need to know some facts of the case, some sort of history of the case, like what happened. So just numbers on a page, you can just make very generalized types of opinions, such as that looks to be therapeutic, it looks to be high, it looks to be low. And then again, just the general effects on the drugs on people.
And in this particular instance, you were not provided any further information about the case or the investigation in order to make any more opinions about effects.
I knew nothing about this case until we spoke, I think it was probably a few weeks ago.
And as far as the information available to you, you only had the data from the specimen that was tested, correct?
That is correct. Just these 4 drugs that were requested to be tested for.
And as far as the drugs, the 4 drugs that were tested by your lab, what are the general characteristics of some of those drugs?
So these are generally antidepressants and antipsychotic medications. So if somebody had, the lamotrigine, if somebody has, say, bipolar disorder, like wild mood swings, depressive episodes or psychotic episodes, these drugs could be prescribed. They also have depressant effects, so they could make people become, lethargic or sleepy.
Okay, and would any of the combination of these drugs cause a person to stop breathing?
It's possible, especially the mirtazapine, quetiapine, the trazodone, and then the 2 other benzodiazepines. Those are all central nervous system depressants, so they could, in large combinations or large concentrations and in combination with each other, cause central nervous system depression, which could reduce people's respiration rates.
But in the levels that you observed in the testing that your lab did, as well as what I just showed you from Exhibit 183, is there anything about those concentration levels that would give you a sense that the person could have stopped breathing as a result of these?
Not necessarily, but if I had the information that, a patient presented to an emergency department and they had labored breathing and weren't breathing adequately, and I had this information, then you could probably tie all that together. But without that extra information, then generally no.
Based on the levels alone, you can't give any sort of opinion.
I would like to not.
Okay. And finally, are you familiar with the drug Narcan?
I am.
And what kind of effect does the drug Narcan have on a person who has consumed these drugs, if any?
Just these drugs that we've talked about here today?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Can you explain to us why it is that Narcan wouldn't have an effect?
Narcan is an opioid overdose reversal agent. It is an opioid antagonist. So it binds to the opioid receptors. So it doesn't allow other opioids like, say, fentanyl or oxycodone to bind to those receptors to have to exert its effects. So it only works on opioids. None of these drugs work on the opioid receptors, so Narcan would have no effect whatsoever on these drugs.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Good morning.
Dr. Brower, So one of the things that you had mentioned is that you, and I think I would quote you, I would like not to give an opinion without basically the underlying facts. In other words, what you're saying is that the numbers alone do not tell the tale of what happened to a particular individual, right?
Correct. They don't tell the entire story.
Right. And you're, for NMS Laboratory, you were retained or working for the DA's office, these people here, right?
That was the submitting agency. Correct.
And they certainly were not constrained from picking up the phone and calling you and telling you that this is blood from a woman that threw herself out a window and tried to kill herself after cutting her wrists and her neck. They could have told you that, right? Well, overall.
It's possible that does happen in rare occasions in high-profile cases.
Right. And so that would have been something, for example, the facts that you wanted to know, that you would have liked to have known to kind of round out your opinion about the actual level of the drugs in the blood that you examined, right?
It's not necessary.
Well, it's not necessary, but you did indicate that you would like to not give an opinion without the facts.
Correct.
Okay.
Today.
From the witness stand.
Correct. I don't have all the information.
Of course. And the word therapeutic, is that consistent with, in other words, the treatment level of a particular narcotic or drug in the blood?
Correct. It's the concentration of the drug in the body to elicit an effect or the desired effect.
I believe.
One of these that I introduced was
Oh,
NMS Laboratory records that I introduced, but they were marked ID.
which one?
Not yesterday. While she's trying to find the record. As it relates to the therapeutic level, sir, is it your understanding that the lorazepam, lorazepam, clonazepam, the council had asked you about the benzodiazepines were within therapeutic, thank you, within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They were within therapeutic level?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the entire question?
Sure. What is lamotrigine?
Lamotrigine is typically used as an anti-seizure medication and could also be used for bipolar disorder.
Okay. Do you have the results for your lab in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Toxicology? Yeah, you can read along just so you can refresh your memory if it helps. The lamotrigine, it says 6.1. What does that mean?
6.1 micrograms per milliliter. So there were 6.1 micrograms of lamotrigine per milliliter of blood.
All right. Is that above therapeutic, below therapeutic, or therapeutic?
It's right in the middle of the therapeutic range.
So if somebody had a prescription, for example, for that narcotic or that drug, then they were taking the drug according to the recommended dose, right?
And that's what it would appear to me if they were prescribed it, correct?
How about the mirtazapine?
The mirtazapine also looks to be probably used appropriately as prescribed.
And you need a prescription for that, don't you?
Yes, you need a prescription for all four of these drugs.
Okay. And is there another name for mirtazapine?
Remeron.
Remeron. All right. And what is the purpose, or what do you use Remeron for?
It's an antidepressant.
How about the quetiapine is the number 3?
The quetiapine is also known as Seroquel, and that is generally used as an antipsychotic.
And what does that mean when you say an antipsychotic? What does that mean?
So somebody has psychotic episodes, say like hallucinations or just not seeing reality like quote normal person would, they could be prescribed quetiapine as an antipsychotic to try to kind of level out their brain chemistry.
And what was the result on the quetiapine?
1,800 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, is that within therapeutic? Is that below or high?
It looks high to me, depending upon the dosage.
Okay. And trazodone is the next one. What is that?
Trazodone is also an antidepressant.
And is that, what's the result on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 0.44 micrograms per milliliter.
Okay. And is that therapeutic, below therapeutic, or above therapeutic?
I would say that's a therapeutic concentration.
Okay. So basically, with the exception of the quetiapine that was 1,800 nanograms per, what is a nanogram? What does that mean? Nanograms per milliliter. What does that mean?
It's a very, very small amount. It's 1/1,000,000th of a milligram.
Okay. And that's how you measure the quantity of a particular substance that would be in a person's blood, correct?
In the blood, correct.
So on the quetiapine at 1,800 nanograms per milliliter, that's the only one that was not therapeutic. That was a little higher than therapeutic. Is that correct?
Correct. It's approximately maybe double what you might expect. So it's, when I say it's a little elevated, it's not in a concentration that I would consider to be necessarily toxic or lethal.
Okay. And you don't know, working for NMS labs, or whether or not a person had a prescription for these drugs, or when they got the prescription, or who gave them the prescription. You don't know that, right?
I have none of that information, no.
You could have known that if somebody had told you that, but you don't know it from looking at the numbers that we have here, right?
Correct. It's possible if they would have given us that information. We don't always need to have it, though.
Sure. This is what
Can I just see it again first?
Oh, sure.
Okay. If we can just approach briefly on the issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exhibit at this time. That exhibit at this time.
Thank you. So just if I may, Susan, approach, which basically is an NMS lab report.
Same as this one.
Same numbers on the top, right? Where the square is?
Correct.
Same numbers. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Yeah, Commonwealth?
Just, Dr. Brower, you in fact, once got this case for review, you authored a corrected report in regards to this case, correct?
Correct.
At this point, I would move to admit the report. As
No
submitted.
objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, thank you, Doctor.
Am I released?
Mr. Ross, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, prior to the next witness, the Commonwealth would move to submit 4 stipulations the parties have entered into. The first being a stipulation regarding DNA known standard samples. The second being a stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain on the basement floor. The third being the stipulation regarding DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. And the fourth being a stipulation regarding DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain in the basement.
That's right. We don't need to have all those witnesses.
All right, so those stipulations may be entered as exhibits. Counsel, do you want those published or read to the jury, or satisfied that they'll have those? The parties can refer to the contents of the stipulations.
Satisfied with their in. Yeah.
The only one we would like to have read to the jury, I'm sorry, are you all set? Take your time.
That's on me. I kind of jumped in there. I'm sorry.
Exhibits 208 through 211.
Would be the exhibit 211, the stipulation regarding the comparisons for the blue band and the red-brown stain.
Yeah, I don't, if she wants you to read it, I don't have
Sure.
a problem.
Yeah.
I think it was defense that wanted you to read it. I'm fine
Well,
reading it.
you know what? I want to read it.
Thank you.
All right, so that's what we'll do. All right, so members of the jury, remember, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I talked a little bit about those stipulations. So the same instructions. All right, these are facts that I'm going to read that the parties have agreed to, that you can rely on in arriving at your verdict at the end of this case. These stipulations, this is one of 4 that was just introduced. You'll have all 4 of them with you back in the jury room when you deliberate. But so let me just read this one stipulation. This doesn't mean this stipulation is any more important than any of the other ones, but the parties would like me to just read this one here. All right, so this is a stipulation regarding the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain. It was marked A. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to the DNA comparisons for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stain A in the basement. Number 1, forensic scientist Emily Oliver reviewed and interpreted the data relating to the question items, parentheses, item 2-4, blue exercise band, and item 3-3, the red-brown stain A from the basement floor, close parentheses, and conducted comparison analysis to the known standards in this case. Number 2, the parties agreed to the following conclusions regarding comparison analysis of these items. A, item 2-4.1.1, sample from the ends of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion in the profile. They are Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Cora Clancy, Lindsay Clancy, and Patrick Clancy. B, item 2-4.2.1, sample from the middle of the blue exercise band. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Callan Clancy is included as a major contributor. And C, item 3-3.1, sample of swabs from the red-brown stain A on the basement floor. The DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. So that's the stipulation that the parties have agreed to. All right.
And one last stipulation to be marked as the next exhibit, the stipulation regarding the batch work done at NNS Labs. We're not asking that this be read at this
Okay,
time.
all right.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand, please?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and the matter now having between the Commonwealth and the defendant divide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Thank you. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Get a tree spray, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Katerina Stashin. My first name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed by the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Forensic Science Division, which is located in Reno, Nevada. I'm a criminalist in the biology and forensic investigation sections.
Back in January of 2023, where were you working?
I previously worked for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic scientist in the DNA unit, which is functionally the same role that I currently have in the biology section.
And
I'm sorry. We agreed to the DNA. I'm just letting you know that.
Okay, all right.
And I'm just
Tree spray?
giving that evidence to the jury.
Go ahead.
So when did you start working for the state police?
I worked for the Massachusetts State Police from June 2021 to February of 2025.
And what was the nature of your work for the lab at that time?
As a DNA analyst, I processed evidence items obtained either from a crime scene or from an individual associated with a criminal investigation. These items of evidence would be processed through the laboratory. I then would perform interpretations, comparisons as needed, write reports. I also could perform administrative reviews of other analysts' work and provide expert witness testimony as needed.
And part of your employment at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you take competency tests and proficiency tests to guarantee that you were capable and proficient in the areas you were working?
Yes, I took both competency tests after my training and proficiency tests throughout my career at Massachusetts and at my current role.
And have you passed all of those tests?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency tests that I've taken so far in my career.
Can you tell us what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and this is genetic information that is stored in our cells. This is information that makes us who we are, determines how we develop and grow. A person's DNA is inherited approximately half from their mom and half from their dad. DNA is forensically relevant because it is expected that no two individuals will have the same forensic DNA profile.
And is DNA the same in every single cell in a person's body?
Yes, the DNA profile obtained from different cells, different cell types, like a blood cell or from a saliva cell or cell in your saliva, would have the same DNA profile, barring your mutation.
And can you explain generally the process used to analyze evidence, in this case, the testing involving the defendant, Lindsay Clancy?
The items tested in this case and in all cases will go through a 4-step laboratory process of extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And then profiles developed from that laboratory process will be interpreted and compared.
Can you just briefly explain what is extraction and how it's done?
Extraction is the first step of that laboratory process that involves applying a variation of heat and chemicals to a sample. This breaks open cells that are present and releases the DNA and then isolates that DNA.
And was the next step quantification?
Yes.
And what is that and how do you do that?
Quantification is the second step when we determine a reliable estimate for the amount of DNA in those samples that were extracted, and those values are then used to optimize the rest of the process with the goal to obtain a quality profile for that sample.
And the third step, amplification, can you explain that?
Amplification is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain areas of DNA to make it able to be detected and visualized.
And then detection, what is that?
And then the fourth step is separation or detection. This is where we separate out all those millions and millions of copies that we made to make them visual. This produces a DNA profile that an analyst is then able to review and interpret.
And when you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, were there certain standardized protocols and procedures that you used at that lab?
Yes.
And were there controls used in your testing?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So there are 2 different types of controls that were used in our testing. The first is a positive control. This is a sample that contains a known DNA profile, and it is processed alongside evidence samples. So when that known DNA profile is obtained at the end of the process, it confirms that the process is working appropriately. The second type of control is a negative control, and this is a sample that contains no DNA that is also processed alongside evidence samples, and this is able to monitor any contamination and confirm that clean technique is used during testing.
And does your work undergo a review process at the lab, or did it?
Yes, all work goes through 2 stages of review, technical review and administrative review. Technical review is when another qualified analyst reviews all of the work done in the file and in the report. They confirm that all protocols were followed and that correct conclusions were drawn. And then administrative review is when another analyst reviews that file, all of the documentation and the report for overall clerical accuracy and completeness.
And when you worked on lab number 23-01723, evidence involved in the deaths of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, did you follow the standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes.
Were there any issues with the controls that were present when you did this testing?
All controls were acceptable per the laboratory protocols.
And did your work undergo and pass that review process you just described?
Yes, all work went through both technical and administrative review.
And if we could talk specifically about the work that you did in this case, first, I'd like you to talk about your work done on the yellow exercise band and the black exercise band. Now, you didn't actually handle those items, correct?
I did a portion of the laboratory work for those samples, but I did not handle the actual bands themselves. I handled swabs of those bands.
So at some point in time in the lab, someone took swabs from those bands, and then that was forwarded to the DNA unit, the swabs?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, there was item 2-2.1.1, swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, and item 2-2.2.1, swabs from the middle of the yellow exercise band, correct?
Could I refer to my report to confirm that?
Any objection? Of course.
Thank you. Yes.
And when doing your comparison work, did you also use some DNA profiles that had been generated in the lab for Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I utilized known standards that were developed from those individuals.
And known standards, are those basically the DNA profiles for each of those individuals?
Yes, known standards are samples collected directly from a known individual for comparison purposes.
And going to item 2-2.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the yellow exercise band, what were your findings?
So I'm going to start with a general statement for this report as a whole. The presence of multiple first-degree relatives in a mixture DNA profile can impact overall interpretation, including the determination of the number of contributors and likelihood ratios. Relatedness was considered for the following results. For item 2-2.1.1, sample from ends of yellow exercise band located in basement office, 47 Summer Street. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA. Due to the possible relatedness of low-level contributors to this profile, an alternate number of contributors was considered. First, assuming 2 contributors. The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributors 1 and 2 are suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.7 non-nillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. Assuming 3 contributors. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information and possible relatedness of contributors, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 920 octillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from contributor 1 of this DNA profile.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you've just told us. You mentioned the effect of relatedness. What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, an individual's DNA is inherited approximately 1/2 from their mom and 1/2 from their dad. So this means that there's a lot of DNA shared between relatives, including between parent and children and between siblings. So this can affect the determination of the number of contributors. So when I review the profile to see how many people are in that profile, because there's so much DNA that is shared. So taking that into account, I did 2 different interpretations, first assuming 2 contributors and the second assuming 3 contributors, again, just due to the complexity of relatedness and its effect on this profile, especially low-level contributors.
And would it be correct to state that when there is this level of relatedness where you have 2 parents and 3 siblings, that you can have false exclusions?
If there is an under-assignment of the number of contributors, meaning that the number of contributors is incorrectly assigned lower than it actually is, which is a possibility with relatedness because you're working with less information because that information is shared, the under-assigning could lead to false exclusions of true contributors.
Could you also miss some people to include?
Due to the effects of relatedness, it could be difficult to determine number of contributors simply because so much information is shared. Therefore, it is more complex when assigning this number.
And for item 2-2.1.1, the ends of the yellow exercise band, whether you considered 2 contributors or 3 contributors, both of your findings find that Dawson Clancy was a contributor, a potential contributor.
Both propositions, either 2 contributors or 3 contributors, had high inclusionary stats for Dawson Clancy, correct?
Okay. What's a nonillion?
A nonillion is a very large number.
Do you know how many people are on Earth?
I know it's...
This is typical DNA gobbledygook at this point, Judge. I
Well,
object.
strike
Well, I
this.
object to his
Yeah,
objection.
That's
Ridiculous.
overruled.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
they're going to talk
You can
about
ask.
non-millions and how many.
Counsel, can I see you over at sidebar? All right, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. 1.7 million, is that more than there are people on the earth?
That is more individuals that are on the earth, but I would like to clarify that a likelihood ratio is not a random match probability or a rarity of that profile. A likelihood ratio is a ratio that describes the probability of observing the DNA profile if a certain person is included versus the probability of observing that DNA profile if a certain person is excluded or if it is another unknown, unrelated individual.
And you said 9 million is a very high number, correct?
Yes, that's a very large number in my opinion.
So it's a very large probability that Dawson Clancy is a contributor to that mixture.
It is a large likelihood ratio that provides support for the inclusion of Dawson Clancy to the profile.
And then going to item 2-2.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings for that?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 3.6 million times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.4 billion times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Cora Clancy and Lindsay Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 2 individuals. There are 3 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicates an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together, assuming 1, 2 contributors, and 2, Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relative, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
So this swab from the middle of the yellow exercise band, you stated was a mixture of 2 contributors, 2 people, correct?
Yes, I determined using my training and experience that the profile was a mixture of 2 contributors.
And then you had 3 possible contributors, Dawson, Callan, and Patrick, for the 2-person mixture. So is it accurate that that relatedness issue was having an effect on those, on that data or that result?
Yes, relatedness of potential contributors was having an effect on this profile. And that is because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And what you stated at the end, that if Dawson Clancy is one of the contributors, then Callan Clancy and Patrick Clancy cannot be present together in that mixture, correct?
Correct.
And Dawson Clancy was the one who had the 1.5 nonillion times more likely if it originated from him, correct?
Yes, the likelihood ratio for Dawson was 1.5 nonillion.
And would it be accurate to state that with male relatives, they share the same YSTR profile?
Yes, male relatives will share the same YSTR profile, barring rare mutation, but YSTR analysis was not done in this case.
Okay. And does that fact, when you have male relatives, does that affect the relatedness complications of your evaluation?
The fact that they're male doesn't necessarily have an effect, but just in general, relatedness has an effect in this case because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors.
And then going to item 2-3.1.1, the swabs from the ends of the black exercise band, you found that that sample was a mixture but wasn't suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct.
And what does it mean to be not suitable for comparison?
I'll read the statement in the report and then I'll clarify as needed. The DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and is not suitable for comparison due to the complexity of the profile, the possibility of at least 5 contributors, and the relatedness of potential contributors.
So was it not suitable for comparison because there were so many potential contributors and many of them who were related?
Yes, there was multiple factors that made this profile not suitable. Relatedness was definitely one of those factors, and per laboratory protocols and validation, if there is any indication of a 5th contributor or more, a profile is not suitable for comparison due to limitations of our technology and software used.
Okay. So basically, if you're examining a profile and it looks like there's 5 or more, your work stops because of the limitations of your equipment.
Correct.
And then going to item 2-3.2.1, the swabs from the middle of the exercise band, what were your findings there?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 870 trillion times more likely if it originated from Dawson Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Dawson Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Cora Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 2,600 times more likely if it originated from Callan Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Callan Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 220,000 times more likely if it originated from Patrick Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support that Patrick Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The DNA profile from this item is at least 11 times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides limited support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab DNA Unit validation studies showed inclusions for known non-contributors in the likelihood ratio range of at least 2 to 1,000. Adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion. The mixture DNA profile from this item is consistent with having originated from 3 individuals. There are 5 individuals who have a likelihood ratio that indicate an inclusion. Though there is support for the individual inclusions of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy to the mixture DNA profile, under the stated assumptions, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together. assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Support for inclusion may be impacted by mixtures which contain relatives, especially first-degree relatives. Refer to the independent inclusionary statistics above.
And so again, here, you're dealing with the effect of the relatedness of the parties, correct?
Correct. Relatedness is having an effect on potential contributors, again, to this profile. I'd just like to say that likelihood ratios are calculated independently for each person. They are not to show a likelihood ratio for more than one person or multiple people together in a profile. And again, because so much DNA is shared between potential contributors, that is why we're seeing some of the things we're seeing in this report.
And for this item, the middle of the black exercise band, the highest number of possible inclusion was the 1.6 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Cora Clancy and 2 unknown individuals, correct?
Yes, the highest statistic for this item was a likelihood ratio of 1.6 nonillion for Cora Clancy.
And based on your analysis of the data that you had, you determined it was a mixture of 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And so when you have the 3 contributors and Cora Clancy has the highest likelihood of being a contributor, if you include her in the mixture, the other 4 members of the family are excluded, correct?
Assuming 1, 3 contributors, and 2, Cora Clancy is one of the contributors, Dawson Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy cannot be present in the mixture together. Again, those statistics are all calculated independently and don't say anything about those people being in the mixture together.
And moving on to some other work you did in this case, specifically some swabs from the back side of the house, some shingles on 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, items 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. Did you do work on those samples as well and compare them to the known profiles of Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, Patrick Clancy, and Lindsay Clancy?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report for these items? Thank you. Yes, I did work on those items in my second report.
And directing your attention to item 14-1, a swab from stain B on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings regarding that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And so unlike the samples and profiles we talked about earlier, this sample 14-1, the swab from stain B, wasn't a mixture, correct? It was just one person's DNA?
Correct. This was a single contributor profile.
And your findings was that Lindsay Clancy is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than an unknown, unrelated individual.
The DNA profile from this item is at least 18 octillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And so it's support that she's included as a contributor to this profile of one person, correct?
Yes, there is support with a likelihood ratio of 18 octillion for Lindsay Clancy.
And the other members of the family were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then item 14-2, the swab from stain C on the backside of the house, 47 Summer Street. That profile was a mixture and not suitable for comparison, correct?
Correct. The DNA profile is a mixture and is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And what does it mean when something's not suitable due to the quality of the profile?
This was a low-level profile with not enough information to be interpreted.
Do you have to have a certain level of information in the data to make findings based on your protocols and procedures at the lab?
Yes, there are protocols and procedures that determine how we can determine our number of contributors, and therefore if there's not enough information, a profile is not suitable for interpretation or comparisons.
And then item 14-3, the swab from stain D on the back of the home, 47 Summer Street. What were your findings for that swab?
The female DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 96 trillion times more likely if it originated from Lindsay Clancy than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support that Lindsay Clancy is included as a contributor to this DNA profile. Dawson Clancy, Cora Clancy, Callan Clancy, and Patrick Clancy are excluded from this DNA profile.
And again, this is a single contributor, so the DNA profile of one person was found on the swab, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Reddington? All right. Thank you, Ms. Stepdown. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Elaine Rossi as its next witness.
Just going to mute quickly. What do you mean, beautiful disaster? My goodness, prosecution sounds like she's struggling here now. Are they trying to create more doubt Patrick had anything to do with this? What, you mean that he didn't even remove the bands? Because he obviously didn't do the deed. I don't get what you mean. They're just trying to prove without a reason. I don't know. I thought she'd admitted it's her. It's just, was she out of her mind, basically? Not criminally responsible. She kept pushing the blood samples where they found them. She kept pushing the blood sample. Oh, maybe I'm not understanding. I start to zone out, I'll be honest, when it comes to all these overloading of numbers, and I zone out a bit. Jennifer, did you get them commands okay? The ones that drops in kick, you just use that word, but put an exclamation mark in front of the word. Anyway, I think defense had a couple.
Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
I'll be honest, I do zone out. This is why I say to people, don't send me long emails like War and Peace, which sounds rude, but it's not. It's just, I like people to be to the point, because I just glaze up. I'll be like, oh, unless like I really, really need to read something that's super, super important, in life. But if someone just sends me their life story without me even needing or wanting that, I'll just not read it. And I think the jury, if we're getting lost in the numbers, the jury's going to, isn't it?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court will between the Commonwealth and the
What I'll do is when they go to the lunch break, although we can skip ahead, I'll play Lawyer Lee, and I think she explains the legal decision they made yesterday, just to break it up a bit. Hear it from a legal beagle.
Let's just start right there, please.
No,
Good
AV.
morning.
No.
Hi.
Oh, no, please don't misunderstand me. I mean paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. No, honestly, I read everything you sent. I've read everything you sent me. No, I mean when somebody sends you like a book that you didn't want and you're not in that. And we were having a discussion, whereas some people send me stuff. I won't name names because I don't want them to pop out the woodwork, but things I don't want to know and I don't want nothing to do with the person, and they've tried to force their life story on me. No, not you. I'm a word vomiter though. I've been word. No, you're fine. It's not you. Far from it. but we're having a conversation, aren't we? I'm interested. But when someone sends you their life story because they want to force you to like them when you don't want nothing to do with them because they are not a good person, that's the sort of thing I mean. Maybe I should be clearer when I say I don't want people to think that I mean it about everybody, but I really wouldn't read a book though if you sent me that. Unless I really wanted to read the book.
Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Elaine Rossi,
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Rossi.
And what city or town do you live in?
I live in Kingston.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny
How long have you been a nanny?
for about 15 years now.
In July of 2022, did you become familiar with the Clancy family?
I did.
And how did you become involved with their family?
I answered a Facebook advertisement seeking a part-time nanny position.
And who posted that advertisement?
Lindsay did.
And did she respond to your message?
I responded to her message.
Right. And so you said you were interested, right?
I did.
And then did she respond to you?
She did.
So did you have then communication back and forth with her about possibly taking on a nannying position for their family?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That was on July 22nd of 2022 that that initial back and forth occurred, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your initial communication with her, did you end up setting up a time to come meet their family?
We did.
And how did that happen? Where did you meet them?
I met at their residence in the backyard of their home.
And that would be 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Correct.
And when you went to their home, were you able to meet the children?
Yes.
And how many children were there?
3.
And who were they?
Cora, Dawson, and Callan.
And present at that meeting that you had in their backyard were also Patrick and Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of kind of meeting at their home in the backyard?
It was to get familiar with the kids, just for an introductory meeting. I got to hold Callan and play with Cora and Dawson a little bit and talk to Lindsay and Patrick.
And so at that time, Cora was 4, right?
Yes.
And Dawson was 3.
Yes.
And Callan was an infant.
Yes.
Now, as a result of your kind of interview or interaction with them, what eventually happened with your relationship with the Clancys? Did you become their nanny?
I did.
And did you communicate with Lindsay about what the expectations of the job were going to be?
I did.
So what was your role or your expectations of the role?
My role was to take care of Callan when she went back to work.
Okay, and did you know when that was expected to happen?
I believe right around Thanksgiving.
And did you start working for them prior to that? Prior to November?
Yes, I did. I started first week in September of 2022.
And so while the original terms were for you to primarily watch Callan, did you take on a slightly different role in between September and November?
I did.
And so what were the responsibilities, or what did the Clancys ask you to do for the family during the time of September through essentially when you stopped working for them?
It was to get to know the family, to get to know how they worked as a family, to get to know their schedule, and essentially mostly to take care of Callan. Occasionally, Cora and Dawson would be home, and I would interact with them as well.
So going into it, you knew that you would sometimes be spending time with Cora and Dawson.
Yes.
But to your understanding, were they at the home all the time?
No, they were at school.
And other than caring for Callan, did you agree to take on some other responsibilities in the household?
I did.
And what were those responsibilities?
It was food prep, light housekeeping, laundry, things like that.
Was that something that you offered to do as part of your services, or were you asked to do it?
I offered initially. I said those were things I did as a nanny for previous families.
And what was your expected schedule going to be for the Clancys?
It was 3 days a week. I believe it was 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.
And was the 3 days a set schedule, or was the expectation that it might change?
Initially, it was set, and then it changed.
As far as your original expectation, fair to say, you were originally asked to do Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Correct.
And then as you started working for them, you were asked to kind of adjust some of the days.
Yes.
And was that something that you could do?
If I could, I would.
And how about the time? You said from 8:30 to 1:30. Were the times flexible too?
Yeah, sometimes it was 9 to 1:30. That was about the only difference.
Okay.
It was about a half hour.
And how would you communicate with Lindsay?
So we communicated via text a lot. Lindsay also had a notebook in her kitchen that we communicate. Oh, she would leave notes for me for the activities or the instructions for me for the day.
Okay. And you said the week of Labor Day, that was your first week with the Clancy family, right? And primarily during that week, did you care for Callan?
Yes, I did.
Did they come to call you something particular as far as like a nickname?
They called me Lainey.
And that was something the kids called you as well as Patrick and Lindsay?
Yes.
So I'm going to just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
If you want to just take a quick look inside of it. You can flip through the pages if that's helpful.
Okay.
Does the handwriting in that notebook look familiar to you?
It does.
And fair to say there's two different handwritings, right? Did you come to know one of the handwritings as Lindsay's handwriting?
I thought all of it was Lindsay's.
Okay, but as far as the second set of handwriting, do you recognize?
Oh, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And so is this the notebook that you would kind of communicate with her back and forth about Callan and his schedule?
It is.
And fair to say she left you pretty detailed instructions
She did.
on his care.
Yes, she did.
And you were aware that she was very particular about sleep and food and keeping on a schedule, right?
Yes.
And so that's the purpose of this notebook.
Yes.
When you would come to the household in the morning, would you often interact with Lindsay prior to taking care of taking the baby?
Sometimes if she was there, I would interact with her. Some mornings she wasn't there.
If she wasn't there, was Patrick home?
Yes.
And did you know where she was when she wasn't there?
Sometimes she'd leave in the notebook that she was in the basement working out. Sometimes she'd drop the kids off to school.
And would you often see her throughout the day when you were there from your 9 to 1 shift?
Yes.
But there would be times when you would see her come back to the home?
Yes.
And in those times when she left, sometimes she had the other 2 children with her, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes she did not.
No.
At times, were you left with all 3 children?
I think on one occasion I was.
And would you get there before or after Cora and Dawson would be off to school usually?
Most times I would be pulling in the driveway and they would be waiting to say goodbye to me or hello to me.
And you're aware that they did not have school on Tuesdays, right? Were you aware?
I don't remember, sorry.
Okay. When you started working for the Clancy family, was there conversation with Lindsay about Callan not taking a bottle?
I don't remember that.
Did you often feed him a bottle when you were caring for him?
I did.
And do you recall at one point that you actually videoed Callan taking a bottle and sent it to Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes.
And that would have been on September 9th, correct?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd like to just play a short video.
Really, I object. I don't have a, let the jury see the video. Can I see?
Uh-oh. It's getting a bit tense. Jennifer, are you in Discord? It doesn't matter if you're not, 'cause not everybody's Discord. I've got to really figure out how to get back. I can use Discord on my phone, but I'm locked out on the computer, and it's really annoying. And every passkey I try, it says there's no passkey set up. So I can't change the password and get in, so I'm a bit restricted. So I'm trying to send you the meanings of the kickbot commands, but I did email them to you, but you can't see them. That's weird. Yeah, I just need to drop myself, I think. Again. I can't see you. I mean, you don't have to join. I'm just saying I could put all the explanations in the mod chat on Discord and see if you can read them there. I can't, but you're gonna have to if you're not in it, you're gonna have to verify yourself, or I'm gonna have to get Solara to do it. I can't verify people on my phone, I don't think. Oh, you are in Discord. I did look for you, but I couldn't see your name unless you're under a different username. I'll put the commands in the mod, but I need to add you as a mod in that. I don't know if you're a mod. No, you won't be a mod over there, will you? I've got to give you mod role in Discord so you can get in the mod room.
Your Honor. Oh.
You love you about that? He's loving it.
Oh no, baby.
Ms. Rossi, is that the video that you took of Callan taking the bottle?
Yes, it was.
And fair to say you sent that video to Lindsay Clancy on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd move to admit a copy of that clip as the next.
With no objection, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 213.
In your care of the children, were you ever permitted to take them outside of the household, like to the park or the library or anything?
I took Callan for a walk on one occasion, and I took Cora and Dawson to a tumble fun gymnastics class.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2022 that you took Cora and Dawson, correct? When you went to Tumble Fun, what is that?
It's a toddler, like, gymnastics place, indoor gymnastics place.
Did you only take Cora and Dawson, or did you also take Callan?
Just Cora and Dawson.
Okay. And why was it that you took them on this particular day?
Lindsay had mentioned to me that they had tumble fun, but they wouldn't be going because she couldn't drive.
Okay.
So I offered to take them.
Did she tell you why she couldn't drive at that time?
She didn't.
So you took them, did you drive her car or your own car?
I drove her car.
And you were able to bring them home, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice anything different when you came back to the home on that day?
I didn't.
During the course of the time in which you were at the Clancy's house, fair to say from September to early December is the time that you were there, 3 days a week?
Yes.
Did you come to find out that Lindsay was having some issues?
I did.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did.
And what did she tell you about her issues?
She shared with me that she was suffering from postpartum.
Now, when she shared this information with you, had you noticed anything different about her demeanor or her presentation around the house?
I didn't at all.
Had her trips out of the house when you were there stopped or decreased during that time period?
No.
And did she tell you that at that time that she was seeing some doctors?
She did.
What about medication? Did you have any conversations with her about her taking medication during that time period?
I think we talked about she was going to stop a medication because she was trying to stop nursing.
That she was going to stop medication or she was going to start medication?
I think she was trying to stop something because she was going to, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
She was not going to nurse Callan anymore because she was going to be starting a new medication.
Did she ever give you any details about the medication?
She didn't.
Do you recall seeing prescription bottles around the house?
I did.
Did you ever learn from Lindsay that she had gone to the emergency room in November of 2022?
No.
How about going to the emergency room in December of 2022?
No.
Did anything about your arrangements with coming on the 3 days, caring for Callan and sometimes Cora, did any of that ever change because of what she reported to you about having postpartum?
Only at the end of my time with them.
Okay, we'll get there in a second. But did you have the occasion to observe her interacting with the children?
I did.
And did you have any concerns about her interacting with the children?
None at all. She was a wonderful mom.
Did she have any further conversation with you about maybe more specific sleep or sleep issues that she had been having during the time period you were nannying for them?
She did.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me she was having difficulty sleeping and that she was sleeping in the basement.
Now, when you would watch Callan and she would be in the basement, would you often see her in the basement?
No.
And one of the things you said that you sometimes did was do some laundry, right?
I did.
And where was the laundry in the Clancy house?
It was in the basement.
And so you'd have to go through that living room area down there where the couch was to get back to the laundry room?
Yes, it was in the back.
How about working out in the basement? Do you recall if you went down the basement stairs to the right that there'd be like a little area where there'd be weights and that kind of thing? Did you ever see her working out there?
I don't recall if I did.
Okay. As far as the medications, do you recall where you observed the medications in the house?
Yes, they were in to the right of the refrigerator, I believe in a cabinet.
And you had to go into the Patrick and Lindsay's bedroom, right?
I did.
Fair to say Callan's crib was in there.
It was.
So do you recall ever seeing medications in the bedroom?
I didn't.
Now, you had mentioned that you knew Lindsay to be going back to work in November, correct? Were you advised or did you know that she was originally scheduled to go back in October, but then bumped it back to November?
I didn't know
that. But as you began working for them, that November date was in mind, right? Moving to Thanksgiving of 2022, did something change about the plan for her to go back to work?
Yes, I came in, I think it was a few days after Thanksgiving, maybe the day after Thanksgiving, and Lindsay was in the kitchen, and I had expected her to be asleep.
Why was that?
Because I thought she was working that shift, that Thanksgiving shift. And she told me that she wouldn't be going back to work.
And was there any further conversation of what the plan was for you and the family during that time period?
No, I think I mentioned if she wasn't going back to work and that if they didn't need me, if they could let me know.
Okay. And so do you recall being at the home at one point where Patrick and Lindsay left the house and came back?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that interaction?
Of course, Patrick and Lindsay went for a walk, and when they returned, I was in the living room on the floor with Callan, and they came in and told me that they would have to let me go because Lindsay would not be going back to work, and the two of them would be home to care for the children.
Okay. And so did they give you anything else, any other information about why Lindsay wasn't going back to work during that meeting?
No.
Okay. And did they give you some time to kind of make other arrangements after that?
They did. I believe they gave me 2 weeks.
And during that time after Thanksgiving, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay interacting with the kids in the home?
I did.
And was anything about your observations of her different?
Nothing.
Now, the kids themselves, you had the occasion to spend some time with Cora. And how would you describe Cora?
Oh, Cora was a girly girl who loved her babies very much. She was very sweet, and she loved arts and crafts and loved playing with her Fresh Mart, which was a little children's supermarket. She was lovely.
And Dawson, how about him? How would you describe him?
Dawson was full of energy, rambunctious, funny, silly.
Did you ever have any problem watching Dawson or keeping him under control? Or
Not at all. I was only with him on a handful of occasions.
Did you ever see Dawson kind of interacting with his siblings, with Cora or with Callan?
I did.
And did you see anything, or could you tell us a little bit about Dawson's interactions with them?
Cora and Dawson played well. There was one occasion in the kitchen where they were playing, and I think Cora took one of his Play-Doh, something. He was playing with Play-Doh, and his reaction, he was frustrated, and he's reached out and slapped Callan.
Now, were you alone with the kids during this interaction, or was Lindsay present too?
Lindsay was, I think, in the kitchen at the same time.
Did you see her react to that when she saw that behavior?
She did.
And what was the reaction? What did she do?
She went over and removed she removed Dawson from the room and came back and consoled Callan.
Okay. And eventually, did you see her go back and kind of talk to Dawson about his behavior and address it? Okay. And was that appropriate in your opinion?
Of course, yes.
How about how you would describe Callan? How would you describe him? You spent the most time with him, correct?
I did. He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby. He was just a love.
Thank you. If Lindsay had told you in one of these exchanges, and again, you exchanged mostly either in this notebook or via text, right?
Correct.
If she told you about working out, do you know if she wasn't in the basement where she would go to work out?
I think it was the Kingsbury Club.
Okay. And as far as when you stopped working for them, do you remember exactly when it was? You said maybe 2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
I think it was December 8th or December 10th.
And in the time that you were with the Clancys in their households, caring for their kids, interacting with Patrick and Lindsay, did you ever have any concerns that the children were not safe?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Morning.
Good morning.
So you first met Lindsay and Patrick and the kids in, was it July of 22?
Yes.
And then you were hired, obviously, and you then took over as a nanny.
Yes,
You got a lot of years of experience as a nanny, don't you?
I do.
And this was that you wanted to kind of pick up some more hours, and that's why you fortunately reached out to the two of them and ended up taking care of those
Yes.
kids. So from July until, what was it, November after Thanksgiving, or was it early December that they had the walk, and then they came in and told you that she was going to
Early
be home?
December.
Early December. And you all left on good terms, right?
Oh, wonderful terms.
Yeah. I mean, you guys stayed in touch with each other. You texted them Christmas, things of that nature, right?
I did reach out to Lindsay to wish her a Merry Christmas.
Did she respond?
She did.
Would you agree that on March 1st of 2023, the state police interviewed you for about a half hour or longer about your observations of the Clancy family?
Yes.
Do you recall that the trooper, were there one or two of them, if you remember?
I believe there were two.
Yeah. Do you recall the trooper asking you questions about your observations of the Clancy family with particular focus on Lindsay? asking you about how well you knew her, what you thought of her, what she did as far as a mother in your presence.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I apologize. They wanted to know what kind of a mother she was, right?
Yes,
And you were able to respond to that, right?
I did.
They also wanted to know any observations that you had about her use of prescription drugs, right?
Yes.
And you were forthcoming on that as well, right? They also wanted to know whether or not you observed or she made any statements about any symptomology or symptoms that she might have been having that were causing her difficulty, right?
Yes.
Do you recall indicating to the troopers that, in your opinion, that she was a loving and a doting mother?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means? I mean, what did you observe about what did you observe about her as a mother interacting with her kids?
I observed a wonderful mom who loved her kids, she was very concerned with their safety. She was very concerned with Callan's eating and sleeping. She was a wonderful mother.
And the district attorney asked you questions about what apparently is Exhibit 150 in this case. And that's the book that she would write notes to you on, and then you would on occasion write notes back to her. Is that right?
Yes.
So when the district attorney asked you to identify her writing, so like also there were like photographs like that in the book as well, right?
Mhm.
You know who would draw that? Would she draw that or would you draw
I
that?
think I drew that.
You do that one?
Yeah, I think so.
And for example, Thursday, September 29th, it says Callan last fed time, put him down for a nap at 9:35 with a smiley face. We will be home, clean the clothes in the dryer if you get to it, and then Callan up at 10:45, and then some scribbling mark on the bottom. That's an indication of the type of notes that she would leave for you.
Correct.
Would she also leave notes for you to the effect of cutting up sweet potatoes and cutting up celery and things in 1-inch squares so that the kids to eat?
Yes, food prep, yes.
Did you find that to be overbearing or
Well, not at all.
you didn't find that to be controlling, that she was trying to exert a control over you, did you?
Not at all.
Felt that was appropriate for her to tell you about the cutting up of the vegetables and squares and things?
Yes.
She also told you
Okay, beautiful.
during that period of time that she was unable to sleep. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Told you that lack of sleep was becoming a significant impact on her life, and that she had to see doctors and was on medication for that, right?
Correct.
Again, the troopers were questioning you and directing you on your questions or your answers. And at one point, do you recall saying to the trooper, I loved my Lindsay?
I loved my Lindsay.
Yeah.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay, did you?
Do I love Lindsay?
Yeah.
I did love Lindsay, yes.
Now, when was she sleeping in the basement?
Hey,
Do you remember
crappy
that?
chicks. You notice she
know
said
when
I
or
did
what?
love her.
When was she sleeping in
I
the
did.
basement?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if I suggest to you that it was around the end of November, mid-December, that she was sleeping in the basement for a period of time? If you remember.
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did she indicate to you why she was sleeping in the basement?
I don't think she did.
Would you agree that she was forthright with you as far as telling you what was going on in her life, as far as her concentration and her inability to sleep and things of that nature?
Yes.
Sustained.
Would she tell you about those problems that she was suffering?
She shared with me that she had postpartum and that she couldn't sleep.
And as a result of that, you were pretty concerned for her, weren't you?
I really don't know much about postpartum, but I would always ask her how she was feeling
Right.
or how she was doing.
And in fact, you noted that in addition to the inability to sleep, that she would speak about that she was unable to focus. Do you recall her ever saying she had difficulty focusing on things?
I don't recall her saying that to me.
How about thin? Did you notice that she appeared to be losing significant weight?
I did, and I commented to her about that.
Okay. And you had occasion to see her as a mother playing with the children, obviously, right?
Yes.
Would the two of you stay in touch with each other by text even when she was out and you were home and they're home with the kids?
Yes.
Fair to say that you would take many, many videos of the kids and send them to Lindsay on her phone, right?
I did.
And fair to say that during that period of time from your involvement, Ms. Rossi, as a nanny, that you sent her videos of the children playing, and as we saw the baby taking a bottle and the baby eating and things of that nature, right?
I did.
Did she ever send you any videos, or did she ever respond to your emails or videos?
Yes, she responded to most of my texts she responded to.
Did she seem to be appreciative of your work?
Yes, very much so.
And in fact, she was pretty vocal about that. She thought the world of you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Redirect?
Just one question. In all that she told you about postpartum sleep and all that you observed in the house, did you ever have any conversations with her about intrusive thoughts or thoughts of harming yourself?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
Anything on that?
No.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you?
She likes the bows in her hair. One thing I've never worn, actually, bows in my hair. Even when I got married. That was a tiara. Doing it all on his own, though, isn't he, this one? The defense. Done another sidebar now.
Gonna sit.
That is a big white bow, isn't that?
At this point.
How did I miss that earlier?
All right. And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, so they are having half day. Hold on. They look like sisters, them two, don't they?
As I told you, we're not going to sit this afternoon. So we're going to break at this point. All right. And so I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember those instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research about this. Don't listen about anything. Don't talk about it with anyone. And I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And we'll start with the testimony tomorrow. Okay? All right. Thank you very much.
Court, all right. Jurors, please fill the notebooks, please among your chairs. This way.
It's a great wholehearted.
Yeah. Okay, Jennifer, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, counsel, anything else we need to talk about before tomorrow morning? All right, so this case will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then finds out that these.
We'll have a quick look at what experts she got on, then I'm going to share that Lawyer Lee.
That he had with
We'll have a
her
look at
in that cross-examination.
and we'll have a look at the doctor.
Any kind of way that would put off the jury.
Not at all. Yeah, you really felt almost this care that he had with her in that cross-examination. And you make a great point about her being very fond of the defendant. This is someone who loved the children. And yes, her husband took the stand and was supportive of her, and you could understand that because of their marriage. But you have this woman who was hired by them who would have been connected to the children and then finds out that these children that you cared for, that they've been killed. the jury may be taking her testimony even more seriously when it comes to understanding what was going on in that home than they do Patrick.
Yeah, I sort of think this witness is a net positive for the defense, having heard the direct and the cross. She's very supportive of the defendant. She doesn't come out and come on this stand, really antagonistic towards the defendant, even though she knows obviously what happened to the children and she knows what this trial is about. And I think whatever the jury takes away factually, I think the jury is going to take away the fact that this woman who worked in the home with the defendant and with her children still seems affectionate towards the defendant. I think that's going to stick with the jury.
Yeah, I'm having trouble thinking about what positive things she had for the prosecution. Even the fact that these children were being well fed, they were nourished, they were happy. We saw the video of little Callan. I mean, that's not the typical neglect case, murder case that we see when there's a parent who kills their kid.
Well, I think the prosecution, first of all, the prosecution may have felt compelled to call her as a witness rather than to allow the defense to put her on as a witness in their case. Sometimes you do that. You call the defense witness in your own case anyway. But I do think you and I were talking before that the prosecution wants to paint a picture that the defendant wasn't over the edge of sort of mental instability and medication. She was conducting herself as a perfectly ordinary, organized, responsible mom pretty close to the time of the killings. And I think the prosecution is using that affirmatively.
I see. Great points to bring out, Rich. Thanks so much for joining us and lending us your expertise. I hope we see you again real soon. We've got to get to our break. When we come back, though, we are going to break down everything we have seen today inside of that courtroom. It's been a rapid fire day with a lot of witnesses. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Who was it before the nanny? It was the microbiologist at, wasn't it the, what was that woman called? She was the expert witness about DNA. DNA expert witness. Yeah, the nanny was lovely. See what this, now this lady is an expert.
Because of what she has been through.
She's an attorney, this one, isn't she?
I imagine she's quite numb and also quite medicated to get through this, but you're still going to sob even with a lot of medications and shock and trauma.
Oh, sorry, no, she's not a lawyer. She's a doctor. She's a forensic psychologist, Dr. Leslie Dobson. She's not part of the trial, but she's just giving her a medical
She's seeing the nanny that she hasn't seen since this happened. So this is just continually being shoved in her face. It's a witch trial, and it's killing me to watch it. I feel horrible for her.
Let's talk about the toxicology. We had Dr. Bauer on the stand. They had forensic scientists, and then they brought in the most expert person that we've seen. He's the most expert or most credentialed out of the toxicologists that have come on the stand. And he said that there were not toxic levels or what he would consider suicidal levels of medication in her system. What does that mean when you're hearing it?
I don't think she wanted to kill herself in that way. I think she was in such a state where she wanted to end her life by jumping out the window and cutting herself. But what you can see through all of this is these failed attempts. They were attempts. They were just not done well because she wasn't in the state of mind to do them well. She was floridly psychotic.
Now, in her blood, though, they did find the levels of those drugs, right, Dr. Dobson? So does that help the jury at all? I know the defense is that this is psychosis, that this is something where she was over-medicated. Can those numbers, can what the toxicologists are able to find about the levels in her system, can that definitively tell them whether or not, yes, she's over-medicated and that could lead to a psychotic break?
No way. None of this can definitively tell you anything because we don't have the clear picture of what was going on in her mind at the time of the crime. So she wanted to take medications. She wanted to stop breastfeeding so that she didn't harm the baby with the medications. Now, there's a whole bunch of science behind that, but she was making attempts to get better. She didn't want to be like this.
That's absolutely what we heard from the nanny who was on the stand. Let's also compare it to what we heard from Patrick Clancy on the stand. I want to play a clip from the beginning of this trial when he talked about this critical time period. And the nanny talked about it. It's when she was hired, September of 2022. This would have been about 4 to 5 months before this tragedy.
Do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where.
To be well, it's up to you, Crafty. There was a lot of like numbers and DNA data, but it's not really gonna tell you whether she was in psychosis or not, to be fair.
Her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and
She was not sleeping.
Yeah, she was getting worse. And because of her history of bipolar disorder, the medications were making her worse. And people around her were seeing this. And I think the interventions and the knowledge around what was happening was significantly subpar, as well as Lindsay likely minimized what was going on with her because of shame and guilt, her profession. And we as women in this society minimize our mental health all the time.
What do you think about her background, being a nurse, being someone who worked with women who had just given birth to babies? Do you think that she was trying to handle this on her own, that she was trying to be her own doctor, and perhaps that could have been limiting for her?
Definitely. Definitely. I mean, as professionals, we don't want to seek out other professionals, and we often don't want people to think, we're not worthy of the profession we're in. But when you start having thoughts of wanting to harm yourself or other people, or you're so significantly off your baseline that you're acting bizarre, you need to be taking.
It's interesting, isn't it? Like you say, the husband gives you the ick, whereas for me, I felt sorry for him. But I've seen other people be like, he should be on trial, they're really against him, but then other people feel the complete opposite. I don't know. Is it because he's remarried and he seems to have moved on quick, you feel that, or it's just a gut feeling you get? I felt for him. But yeah, he did show emotion, but you can't just have a full-on breakdown in the court because you're not meant to. I don't know. Everybody's got their different feelings. I didn't get that from him, but I didn't get the ick from him. I just thought he was like good old Mr. Nice Guy, American Mr. Nice Guy that might have even been a bit of a doormat. I don't know. But equally, I'm not against Lindsay. I just don't know if she was in psychosis.
Care of. And that's when people in your life need to stay there and they do not leave you alone until you are better.
We heard the toxicologist talk about these different drugs, diazepam, lorazepam. I can't imagine these jurors are well versed in them, even at this point in the trial. But tell our viewers about the effects of drugs like that on any individual.
Well, it really depends on the person. And there are different fields of psychiatry for this reason, right? There are psychiatrists who specialize in pregnancy. They specialize in schizophrenia because they know that the medications work differently. So I appreciate that he was speaking to this, but the off-label use of a lot of these medications in this case is also very significant. So she's switching around from SSRIs and anxiolytics. There's a lot of different medications that psychiatry was prescribing, but we have to talk about why they chose to prescribe those medications, what symptoms they were addressing, and the underlying conditions in Lindsay. And that's where I think the expert testimony coming up, where they have so much information, will be so important for us to make sense of this.
Absolutely. The expert testimony. And then also we anticipate we're going to see the actual prescribing doctors. We haven't seen those yet. Let me ask you that, Dr. Dawson. What do you expect to come from the treating physicians, not the ones in the ER, because we know we've heard from them, but the ones.
Right, these are the ones I want to hear from. The ones that give her the medication, the ones that prescribed all this. They're the ones I want to hear from. Yeah, I'm not saying that I felt completely swayed by him. Like, the fact he's moved on so quick, but, you know, whatever. I mean, he's definitely moved on quick, hasn't he? But then we're all different. Some people do, some people, you know, that's up to him, isn't it? I see, crafty chicks, that's what I've felt. I've actually felt, or had a theory, was he seeing someone or met someone and she sort of sensed or found something out? Now, they haven't brought that out for whatever reason, if it's true. Or maybe he just didn't get caught. Yeah, people do grieve in different ways. Oh, I tell you what, I had just quickly, well, we don't have to rush, but I had a dream about Brian Coburg. It was so scary. I think I've had 2 dreams about him this week, and in this latest one, he was in a wheelchair. So he was like in a wheelchair, like Lindsay, but he was a free man, and I was in this place, and I was like, I knew we were all in this home staying. I don't know why, I don't know what we're doing, and he was. It's like I knew who he was, but no one else knew what he was capable of. And he was in a wheelchair, and I was like hiding hammers under my pillow in this house and everything. It was so bizarre. I actually woke up a little bit distressed from it because I was like, right, but I couldn't leave the house. It was weird. Yeah, crafty chicks. When I found out that that's where he ended up moving to and everything, I thought, was there more going on? And she suspected, because the fact she took the children to the basement where he worked and slept some of the time was very symbolic to me. Out of all the places in the house she could do it, she did it where he worked and slept. That's where I'm on the fence, to be fair. I wouldn't say it gives me the ick, but I do feel that there could have been something going on, but that's just my opinion, you know. I know we haven't got it proven.
Prior to, who may take the stand to talk about what they were prescribing and what was being told to them.
You know, I would hope that they are going to follow their oath and come forward and speak the truth, but they're also being sued civilly. And so this is going to be contentious and likely very hostile. But I really hope that they go back to their roots, which is why they became medical professionals, and the oaths that they took to care for Lindsay.
That could be something that comes up in this trial, something we're still anticipating. Day 8 starts tomorrow. Dr. Dobson, stand by. We're going to keep talking about this because something else that came up today was about the wounds on Lindsay Clancy. What could those ones on her wrist tell us about her mental state? We're taking a second look at what the prosecution is calling an alleged or a faked suicide attempt.
Baby is an
Originally drip stains that were smeared
of this jury in those blood droplets that would have come from Lindsay Clancy's wrists and neck.
I think it shows me that she was psychotic, that she was not in control of her body or her mind. And this was very messy. And if anybody takes something different from that, then they do not understand the mental state of when you are in postpartum psychosis.
Help people understand that. What is that, Dr. Dawson? What does the jury need to understand if you're the defense to understand what psychosis is like? Because there have been many things, and we'll talk about them, that have been represented to this jury about that time period, that hour. But let's first get the definition of what the experts understand about when you are in psychosis.
And I think Dr. Philip Resnick, when he testifies, will explain this very well because I've studied from him. But psychosis and schizophrenia are mood disorders, psychotic disorders that go on for a long period of time. Postpartum psychosis is a very fast withdrawal from reality, and it's more like a delirium, which is why it waxes and wanes. You can think that your baby is an adult who's murdering people, and you can still call CVS. It happens very quickly. You can appear very normal. You can build a snowman, yet you can still think that God and the devil are fighting over who's going to kill you and feel like your body is controlled like a puppet and you can't even move your hands. So when I see the cuts on her, I see that she attempted to do it in an efficient area. And then I see the wrists as further messiness that as a nurse, she would know the proper ways to slit your wrists and the angles and the pressure. And she didn't do it that way. And that tells me it's because it wasn't her doing it. It was her psychosis doing it.
Oh, that's interesting. And I'm glad that you mentioned the CVS call because that is a question. That's something the prosecution is raising, that she made these very lucid calls to CVS, to the 3V restaurant to put in an order. They had the employees take the stand and say she sounded like a normal person to us. And also, Dr. Dobson, there was that call that her husband made to her. She didn't answer it, but then she called him back and he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Is that possible in the middle of a psychotic break?
Definitely, because one, you're hearing voices that are telling you not to tell anyone or they're going to die, right? So she may have been protecting him in that moment, but also you can still live your life when you have mental illness, any type of mental illness. People all around us, 8% of people hear auditory hallucinations and are fully functioning normal adults. So the fact that the prosecution is completely unable to even explain real psychosis, real postpartum psychosis, and they mock mentally ill people and minimize it down to spotting a unicorn in the corner is completely obscene to me.
So here's the difficult question. If it's something that you can appear completely normal and you can operate as if you are someone who the prosecution is claiming is calculated and can do all of these things, if there is someone who is staging it, if there is someone who is trying to use this and feign it, if they're malingering, how can a person tell? How can even the experts tell if someone's feigning if that is what they come across?
I think you look at the history of the individual, and the history is very significant because she has a long-standing history of being warm and kind and linear and appropriate in interactions at work with family and with her children. So the nanny's testimony was very important in that regard. But you also have psychological assessments, which these experts will come in, and I'm sure they've all submitted these massive reports. But these assessments ask you questions, and then they compare it to hundreds of thousands of people just like you to see if you are faking good or faking bad, if you're minimizing things, if you're making things look worse, if you want to make yourself look better. And so we have objective psychological assessments that will also compare Lindsay's past and all of the collateral information we have to show us her mental state. And the biggest part of an insanity plea is the moment the crime happened, what was her mental state? And so those
Yeah, but
experts, they know how to
he had
dig
an
into
alibi.
that. And when Patrick was
He was out getting the medicine and I don't think it was them. His DNA wasn't even being picked up. I really don't think it's Patrick. You know, his DNA wasn't even been picked up, was it? He was out getting the medication while she was doing it. And then he came home and called 911. I really don't think it's him. Otherwise, I think he would be on the stand now, not her, or, you know, both of them. No, I can't go for that, but
on the stand, they did not. Those attorneys did not know how to dig into that with specific questions about her mental state at the time of the crime.
That is so interesting and so helpful to understand because the history is there, right? That is what makes this case so different than many others that involve similar facts, is that there is a...
I mean, he found her outside where she jumped out the window. So how could it be him when she did all those things before?
Clear, documented history
I can't get down with
with
that.
Lindsay Clancy, where she is reaching out, where she is asking for help, even the nanny on the stand. But let's talk about the prosecution's
Miss
expert. We
Blooms.
know you support,
Thank you for your 15 months in the dark side bushes.
in a sense, the defense here in this case, but we're going to have a prosecution expert who's going to talk about the selfishness, the control. They're saying that this was a staged self-harm. What are some of the diagnoses that you believe they may raise to support that theory?
Well, it depends on what expert is going to come forward. So we have psychiatry, we have psychology, we have FBI coming forward. So they are going to lean heavily into malingering, and they're probably going to look at personality assessments, and they're going to look at the scales that tell you if somebody is lying in the sense. And they're going to say that it's a lie rather than an exaggeration or a cry for help. So there's an interpretation that you take from the tests, and then you opine, you give forward your opinions. Now, I would say that they're going to maximize her control and relate it to what she elevates on those tests: OCD, control, a need for power, and they're going to minimize the more psychotic, bizarre items of the tests.
And they're going to be highlighting, as you mentioned, the staging. Let's listen back to what the jury has already heard, where we've had doctors talking about.
And also, they're not denying that she's done it. Then she's not saying I didn't do it. It's just whether was she in psychosis.
Those injuries to the defendant's wrists.
Were there other areas that you observed that had some sort of laceration?
I believe similarly, just superficial ones that needed steri strips.
And again, in treating this particular injury, when you came upon it, was there active bleeding or any concern that you needed more intervention other than a suture?
At that time, no.
So again, that's just more that the prosecution is raising. You mentioned the cuts and how they were done. I think they're going to use the fact that she was a nurse to say that she was avoiding arteries. That's come through in the testimony. But does it fit any other patterns that you've seen in other cases, Dr. Dobson? There are studies now when it comes to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. Does this fit, or is this an anomaly in your opinion?
Oh, this fits very well. And it also fits with other people who try to end their lives. I've had patients who have tried to end their lives, genuinely wanted to die, but they jumped feet first. You know, they didn't have the wherewithal to realize that you would probably want to jump a different way. So analyzing this when you know this woman called 911 52 times 2 weeks before this happened, analyzing it as though this was premeditated, intentional murder and a plan to cover it up, it just doesn't make sense to me, because you can't forget the history when you're looking at the present.
We're going to talk more about that history. Dr. Dobson, stand by. We got to get to our break. When we come back, though, we're going to take a closer look at what we've learned from Lindsay Clancy's journal entries this week. Do her words indicate deep resentment to her kids, or was this simply a great mother who was overwhelmed? That's after the break.
I mean, you can. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, obviously, but I just don't know how he possibly could have done that. There were no DNA on knife and no DNA on the bands. I don't know. I don't think he did it. She said it was her. I mean, she asked for a lawyer. She said, am I broken and do I need a lawyer? Like, why would you say that if you thought you've done nothing wrong? That's another thing I can't get past. I mean, you can have that. That's your theory, obviously, but I can't go with the father that did it.
Duxbury, Massachusetts, a quiet seaside town, was shattered by an unthinkable tragedy. Lindsay Clancy, a young nurse, devoted wife, and mother of 3, was seen as the picture of perfection. But police say behind the smiles and family photos, darkness took hold. On a cold January night, investigators say she strangled her children.
No, they're not blaming him. It was just lady in the chat she thought, what if he's done it? I don't think he's done it.
Cora, Dawson, and baby Callan. All that before attempting to take her own life. Clancy's husband, Patrick, returned home to a scene of unimaginable horror. Now, the once trusted nurse faces murder charges, as her defense claims she suffered from severe postpartum psychosis. Prosecutors call it calculated. Her attorneys say it's a symptom of a mind lost to illness.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us as we follow this tough case out of Massachusetts. And this hour, we are taking a closer look at what could be some of the most important testimony in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. In real time, the court recessed for the day. The parties are expected to be back in court tomorrow morning for more prosecution witnesses. Now, the last witness of the day was a nanny for baby Callan. She identified the photographs, drawings, and daily care notebook that Lindsay used to keep her baby on a schedule. Another notebook found in the Clancy home may be even more helpful to the jury in understanding this case, and that's the journal notebook where Lindsay wrote down her thoughts. Let's take a look back at that testimony first, direct examination.
Trooper Mello, just in relation to now what's been marked as Exhibit 151, the Brown Journal, and just noting that when the journal opens to the first page, there's no dates on it, correct?
Correct.
And in those first few pages, just highlighting page 1, you reviewed these handwritten entries, and at some point in this paragraph, it says,
Our break. When we come back, we'll listen to how the her own words reveal Colonel took this exam.
So have horrible, no, I would notice this point. The function with the brain fog. I feel like I should start with a 4-hour shift and see how I do. I can't tell if I am withdrawing from Ativan and Benadryl, or is this my new baseline? I feel completely disconnected with my baby. I feel like I'm going through the motions every day. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And there were a number of other entries that you put in your police report about that. One of which was that I feel horribly guilty about my marriage. I want to connect with Pat again. I know he needs it. I need it. I'm terrified because I'm terrified of the relationship. She needs to get birth control first. She made reference to her inability to have conjugal relations with her husband, right?
I believe so.
She indicated further on into her travels, I am completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond. But I made the decision. I did it with Cal. It is way too much crying. It's incredibly stressful. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
He's okay. He will be okay. It's not harmful in any way. The doctor said it was okay. Plenty of people sleep train their kids at that age. It's necessary as a third child, is what she wrote, right?
Correct.
I feel incredibly sad and guilty about not breastfeeding anymore. That was the one thing I could do to help his immune system, and I can tell he really doesn't like the formula. I'm very sad about this. I know at this time it's what I needed to do for my mental health. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
And then the statement started getting smaller and smaller as time went by. One occasion, it's like I'm desperate to get a mental break from taking care of everyone. My mind is trying to make something physically wrong with me. My mind never shuts off. It's constantly thinking of the next thing someone needs. I can't shut it off.
I do feel that Lindsay's, I mean, you'd have to give me evidence that Patrick could have possibly done this. Like, he's on video in place collecting. He would have had to move so quickly once he got back before he called 911. It would probably be impossible. How quickly did he call 911? Wasn't it straight away, virtually? And when you're injured, hypothermia is going to be set in quicker. She landed on ice.
I desperately
Yeah,
want to go
I
back to
can't
work, but now I don't
finger
know
at him.
how I'm going to function, and it worries me.
That's not a
Wrote that,
stretch for
right?
me.
Correct.
There were two pages that were blank that she didn't even write on. And then
Yes,
on the
she could
third
speak.
entry, affirmation, she wrote,
She told him the children were in the basement, but she couldn't speak at the time he found her, but she said they were in the basement. I don't know them. He did say they were in the basement. But then why is he not on trial? Why have they not arrested him? Surely they've investigated him.
affirmations. On November 22nd of 2022, I am calm. I will remain calm today. There is nothing that needs to be on my mind. The weight is lifted from my mind. I will sleep tonight. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
What are you saying, that he crushed the pills, he gave her pills to drink, pushed her out the window and killed the kids all in that time? Like, how would he do it? Like,
Continuing on into November,
I
I slept
can't
well
get with
last
that.
night. I will sleep again tonight. Today will be a great day. I will go back to work on Sunday. I will thrive. I can feel like myself again. That was November 23rd. She wrote that, right?
I believe that's the day, yes.
Gratitude. I'm grateful for Sue, who's always listening. That'd be a mother-in-law. You knew that, right?
Yes.
Sue, I'm grateful to Sue for always listening and trying her.
Oh, that is heavy from the cross-examination of this witness, the detective that found the journal. Let's bring back in forensic psychologist Dr. Leslie Dobson. Dr. Dobson, I mean, where do you begin? This is clearly someone who was struggling. We want people who are struggling to journal. It is helpful. It is therapeutic. What stands out to you? What did you write down? What did you note from all of the entries that were read for this jury?
What really stands out to me was those were cries for help, and I'm glad they're in a journal, but they should have been communicated, and people should have taken them seriously and saw the linear trajectory of what was going to happen, because this isn't the first time we've had cases like this and women in these states. And it's not the first time that women have been failed. So why wasn't she able to get help? Why wasn't she able to talk to somebody? Why wasn't she in therapy? And then I hear a lot of self-blame, a lot of guilt. And I'm very curious about the religious factor involved and the Catholicism and her relationship to that as well. And if that played a component in this, like leaning on other resources rather than mental health people.
Well, I've got to bring up, though, what the prosecution says here is that she had access to all of the resources. She was seeing a psychiatrist. She was constantly talking to her psychiatrist. She went to an inpatient facility where she was there for 5 days. And the prosecution highlights that she said she wanted to go home after the 5 days. So if she has access to all of these things, she could get therapy if she wanted, it seems. Where's the missing link here? How do we get to 3 children dead in a basement?
Well, I think she was significantly minimizing the severity of her symptoms, and her providers weren't taking them as seriously as they needed to. So failings on both sides. If you ask women who have postpartum depression, anxiety, OCD, psychosis, did they lie or did they not tell the whole truth to their doctors? Most of them will say yes. Either the voice in the head, the psychosis is telling you not to, or you're ashamed and you don't want your kids taken away from you. So it is on the hands of the provider to ask those straight, direct questions and really
No, they're
educate
over on
themselves when a lot of providers are not educated in postpartum mental health problems.
As a forensic
Over on
psychologist, how do you
medical stuff.
approach a case like this? What are the main things that you need? We know you need records, but this is one of those cases that you know is going to go in front of a jury where they have to decide not just was she mentally ill, but did she understand right from wrong? Sometimes that can be difficult to really parse out.
Right. So you lean on tons of records. You lean on her entire history. You're looking at how she was when she was 2 years old until present. And then when she's in a state hospital. So is she engaging in treatment? What treatment? How is her insight? How is her affect and her mood? How has she changed? Is she making friends? What's her response to medication? How many times has she tried to unalive, kill herself in the state hospital system? So you need all of the records you can get and her response to the records, but you need collateral information, people who were there. So Patrick would need to sit down for a very lengthy and thorough interview. So would the nanny. So would everyone that saw her and had any kind of insight into her mental state at the time of the crime. And then you paint a massive picture in hundreds of pages of report writing.
And we're going to hear from forensic psychologists who are going to be taking the stand to talk about that for this jury. This case still has a ways to go in terms of expert testimony, but I want to read you one of these journal entries that stood out to me. I mentioned it earlier, but I want to get your take on it because she wrote, "I'm so overwhelmed by taking care of everyone else. It's like my brain is trying to make something physically wrong with me." Dr. Dawson, I can see a detective going through these journal entries or even a prosecution, and they see that and think this is probably what happened, that this feigning of symptoms, that this making up of everything is due to her just being overwhelmed. We heard that in the opening statement by the prosecution. Why is or is not that a fair assessment?
Because it's intrusive thinking and it's an escalation into postpartum psychosis. So what happens is your brain starts to feel like it doesn't have the control it did, that someone else is controlling you in a puppet-like way, even your thoughts. And you don't know that you're in a delusion because you feel like it is so real. But she's sensing, she's detaching from herself, and she's realizing she's not entirely in control and she's not herself. Things are changing. So in those journals, what I'm seeing is her little bit of insight that is saying, whoa, 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 I need help. This is not good. But the problem is that in postpartum psychosis, it escalates very, very quickly.
Dr. Dobson, what do you think we need to change? In your opinion, from what you've seen and how the criminal justice system handles cases that involve mentally ill patients or people who are struggling with mental health episodes, what needs to change in your opinion? Because it runs the gamut. I mean, just in the last 2 weeks, we've seen not only a school shooter who admits to what happened, but his defense saying that he didn't get the mental health treatment that he needed. His father was found guilty for not getting his son the help that he needed and then letting him have access to weapons. But here we have a completely different situation, but a similar prosecution saying they were making up their mental health symptoms.
I think prosecutors need more education on mental health. I think that's very clear. But I think overall, as a world, as a country, we need more education on mental health. And I think things like this trial should not be happening. So they could have given her a civil commitment plea deal. But no, we have a woman on the stand who is being publicly shamed. I think the prosecutors should not be allowed to wear bows in their hair in order to trigger the psychological emotions of the jury. So I think we need to take the theater out of trial and bring back the science and the education.
You mentioning the bow, we have seen some people who have referenced that the prosecutor wears. We don't know what it represents or if it represents the victim in this case or if that's something they typically exactly where, but it is something that people have noticed, and you're mentioning it as well. Dr. Dawson, we appreciate you coming on and lending us your expertise, and we're going to see you again soon. Coming up, though, because court is done for the day early there in Massachusetts, we are going to switch gears. We have another trial that is happening in Florida. This is a man who's accused of shooting and killing his wife, also the dog in the process. He's now claiming self-defense. The trial of Timothy Kramer is next.
Bows in the hair. I went back to the bow. Like, what's the bow represent? You see, when I see that, it looks to me like girly. I don't know what image does it give me? Like girly, feminine, nice lady. I don't know. I've never worn bloody bows in my hair. Childish, yeah. There's like an immaturity to it. Right, we'll close that. Yeah, it's not something. My mother never wore them either. I've never worn them. I don't know anyone in my family that have worn them. Now, a wedding, I've seen them at weddings. Yes, that's about it. So that would be the only time I personally would see bows like that, is like at a wedding. Let's see what Lawyer Lee says about this this move that they made.
Tonight, we are back with day 6 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. The defense lawyer opened the day by making one thing quite clear. He is done watching this case drag. He's even willing to have Lindsay Clancy waive some important rights just to speed things up. Will that decision come back to haunt them, or was it a great move? The battle over what happened the night Lindsay Clancy went out the window of her bedroom is heating up. The defense says the prosecution's story only works if Lindsay is some kind of Spider-Man. And the defense is trying to hammer home their claim that the Commonwealth botched collecting evidence in this case, maybe so badly that they wound up hurting their own case. So let's get into it. Lindsay Clancy is on trial in Plymouth, Massachusetts, accused of murdering her own children in January of 2023. The prosecution says this was entirely intentional, planned by Lindsay. She knew exactly what she was doing. The defense says Lindsay was in postpartum psychosis and she cannot be held criminally responsible under Massachusetts law for what happened. We started today with Lindsay giving up some of her rights. It was in the form of a stipulation. Now, a stipulation is an agreement between the two different parties to a lawsuit, a set of facts that they agree to.
So she's giving up some of her rights.
And that the jury can accept as fact. Even the two sides agree that this is really what happened. It has consequences. It cannot be taken back. So the judge wanted to be 100% sure that Lindsay Clancy understood exactly what she was doing. So the judge asked her questions first to make sure she understood what was happening. And not just what she understood about what the prosecution had to prove or do, but also if she understood what she is giving up as part of this stipulated agreement.
To this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you want to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
The judge went through that series of questions, making sure Lindsay understood that she was waiving her right to make the Commonwealth prove each and every one of the facts to which she was about to stipulate. And then the judge made findings and found she understood.
I find that Ms. Clancy has knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts.
So the defense lawyer then made a statement to the court. It wasn't required. He simply stood up and volunteered this for everyone to hear. And he explained he is trying to move things along. Let's stop delaying things for what doesn't really matter. And this is not just once, but 3 times today that we saw this same sort of approach from the defense lawyer. So you'll hear him right here explain why he's doing this.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will. Have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in.
So if she was innocent, someone else had done it, why the hell would you do this? This is what,
Dozens if
I
not
don't
more
think there's any
witnesses
doubt.
to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
I thought this is going to be huge. There's going to be some real meat behind this because such a production was made of making sure that
they're trying to speed things up and get it
Lindsay
done.
understood and knew exactly what she was doing. But at least so far, in terms of what we heard, all it really did was save us chain of custody to get in the toxicology of the children. They mentioned it will also be used with DNA. But frankly, we all owe the defense.
Well, Vixen, she's not denying she did it. It's whether she was criminally responsible for her actions. That's what's up for debate. That's why she's on trial. Not did she do it, but was she in psychosis? Well, we don't know, Vixen. We don't know why she's doing
Defense
this.
lawyer a debt of gratitude. According to what they read,
Well, apart from to speed it up,
12 different witnesses between the 3 children would have been brought just to do the chain of custody for the toxicology for the children. In other words, to show, yes, this blood was taken. This is how it was taken. This is who collected it. This is where it was sent next. This is how it was labeled and packaged, that kind of thing. And as it turned out, all of that was really pretty pointless. It's no wonder the defense attorney agreed. This was about toxicology for the children. If they had had drugs in their system, that could have been a very important point for the prosecution. It could have indicated that Lindsay was pre-planning what was happening. It could have helped the state, especially if they could show how long the drugs had been on board. But we heard from the toxicology report and absolutely nothing was found in the children's systems. So that's not evidence that Lindsay was pre-planning this. It's not evidence of intent. So why then agree to this? I think it's exactly what the attorney said. He has shown over and over that he's not going to waste anyone's time. This is really just basic stuff. It's only a matter of time until the proper foundation is laid and it's going to come in. So he might as well agree to it. Why waste everyone's time just going through the motions? And you may be wondering, why do we have these motions in the first place? Well, the reason is because when evidence comes in court, we want to make sure that it's exactly the right evidence. Is this really the blood from this particular person that was then tested? And was it tested properly? And was it tested by people who will vouch for the work that they did? We want to make sure all of that so that we know the evidence that comes in is solid, concrete, and actually related to this case, accurate. But the defense lawyer, I believe, is convinced that stretching this case out hurts Lindsay Clancy. The defense wants to lean into and get to the part where it starts trying to prove that Lindsay was in postpartum psychosis, and that's why she did this. That's where the defense case lies. So the second big point for the day was that Lindsay was badly hurt herself. Now, I should say that's not the second point. That's the second battle point for the day, because the two sides are in complete disagreement over this. The prosecution says Lindsay actually was faking an attempt on her life. What she really was doing was setting up a defense where she could claim that she was mentally insane, but that what she did was she wound up admittedly badly hurting herself, but it was an accident. She didn't really mean to. She thought she was going to just mildly hurt herself. It was a surprise to her as much as anyone that she was so badly hurt. So that's the direction the prosecution seems to be heading with the questions it's asking. The defense is busy proving this was no small injury to her. She cut her wrists, her neck, she jumped out a window, she took a bunch of pills. How is that not a real attempt? And that's what they're arguing. One of the ways that the prosecution has attempted to make part of its point is by pointing to the cuts on the wrists and the neck and saying, these really aren't that deep. Many witnesses for the prosecution have come in and said that the wounds were superficial, including a doctor today from South Shore Hospital, the first hospital where Lindsay was taken right after she was found on the ground outside the window. This doctor was a surgical doctor and explained there was no surgery needed for the wrists or the neck. That's part of the prosecution's suggestion that this was not a real, honest to goodness, unaliving attempt. It was just a pretense. Now, the defense, of course, contends Lindsay was very sick and, in fact, cross-examined the doctor by pointing out all of the care that Lindsay did not receive at South Shore, but did receive 4 hours later when she was transferred to Brigham and Women's in Boston.
The time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate, high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care.
The defense went a little further today, sort of suggesting that South Shore maybe wasn't giving Lindsay Clancy good care. Maybe it wasn't really competent care that she was receiving. And fortunate then that she got to Brigham and Women's.
Yes, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a common intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that your patient had coded shortly after being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
So the doctor explained that EMTs had not told the medical personnel anything about Lindsay Clancy having lost a good deal of blood at the scene. So they didn't even know about that. Now, of course, the prosecution disagrees that she lost a lot of blood, so they wouldn't even consider that to be relevant or important. But the defense suggested that South Shore just wasn't watching Lindsay Clancy's symptoms or her injuries all that closely. And one of the ways he knows that is a neurosurgeon didn't even show up. Here's the
As
cross-examination.
far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came
Well,
of
you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't. I'm not sure. What
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The person, the team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was concern, there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT scan report again.
So what the defense is trying to do is argue that these witnesses who are saying Lindsay Clancy's injuries were not that great, and specifically the cuts to her wrist and neck were not that great, they really don't seem to be dialed into the complete picture of what her injuries actually were. They can't be trusted. That's essentially what they're saying. But there is another battle that connects to the question of whether or not Lindsay Clancy actually was trying to harm herself. There are red-brown stains in the bedroom of the home where Lindsay went out the...
Can't tell on my screen. It just looked...
second floor.
Some women look really good with them. I don't know if it's still in fashion now, but I know there was a phase not that long back where women, I nearly went for it. I was going to have my hair dyed, coloured, like a silver grey all over. Instead of the blonde that I'd had for years, I was going to go full on silver grey because with makeup on it looks really good. But I thought without the makeup, is it going to age me? Highlight in my head, whatever it wants. I had my first grey hair when I was 23, when I got married. But I do have a little bit of vitiligo, and my brother and my dad had vitiligo. So my brother got a patch when he was 10. In the back of his head, he had like a grey-white patch of hair from vitiligo at 10 years old. I'm letting mine grow all natural at the minute until my son's wedding, and then I'm having like a full, around Christmas time, I'm going to have a full restyle ready, but not too close to the date because in case it goes wrong. You've never coloured your hair before? I went all natural when I got married, so I was like light brown for my wedding, all natural. I'd grown it out, and then and it was weird. I went natural again, and just before then, my dad died a few weeks later. It's weird. I think when you have it coloured grey to look like for younger people and you've got the nice makeup on, it can look really good. But it's what it looks like when you've not all got the makeup on. You don't think it ages, or you do? I mean, I didn't go crazy because in the military you weren't allowed to, but I often had highlights and stuff. But now I'm letting it grow natural until about Christmas. Then I'm going to go for a full restyle. I've got it all in mind. I'm going to have like beachy waves, maybe to about shoulder length at the longest. And like beach, I'm not sure about a fringe or not yet, but it'd be like swept across. It won't be blunt for my son's wedding. I've had a pale pink temporary put through before when I was selling makeup. Yeah, that yellowy blonde isn't good, is it? So I'm going for a full restyle at the end of the year. He only gets married once, right? Well, hopefully. My hair's about 2 inches away from my waist. Oh no, my hair isn't that long. At my age, I think, without saying too much, I think if hair's too long, some women can get away with it, but some women it ages them, I think, if it's too long or it's not styled properly. It depends on your age, I think, and face shape and everything.
And was found on the ground below the window. The defense says the reason for these red-brown stains is that Lindsay was bleeding. Pretty much everybody agrees with that.
I think if Lawyer Lee here had her hair too long, it would drag her face down. Like, I think that's a good length for her.
I don't think anyone disagrees that this is Lindsay's blood there in the room. But the question is this a lot of blood or really just not all that much blood? The more stains that can be attributed to Lindsay as blood, then the more the defense wins the argument that there was a lot and that this was a true unaliving attempt. But for some reason that isn't really fully explained, law enforcement tested a lot of these red-brown stains. They double swapped them, but they didn't test all of them. I don't think in the end this is going to be a very big fight. I think everyone's going to agree that this is blood from Lindsay Clancy. And the question is going to be, is this a lot or not a lot? But there is one situation, ironically, that we found out today where the failure to test all of these may come back to bite the prosecution. And that is the stain around the windowsill and the stains on the side of the house. So right after the incident, law enforcement noticed that there were stains there on the windowsill and on the outside of the house, but they didn't test those.
Of some of the markings that were directly below the window and directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
That's frustrating to the defense, right? Because they believe this shows a lack of adequate investigation. But ironically, like I said, it did come back to bite the prosecution, possibly because now the prosecution wants to use the blood on the windowsill as part of its case. They even sent the technician back out to the house in June, 5 months after all of this occurred, to do testing on the outside of the house and the windowsill. But the problem was that by then it was too late. I think they did send it for DNA testing. We haven't had the testimony on that yet, so it may still be possible for the prosecution to use this, but so far it doesn't seem to have been very effective.
And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
At some point, the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
I told you that the defense lawyer seems a little impatient at the pace of the case that it seems to be dragging a little bit from the prosecution. Here's the second example where it came out.
As a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes.
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
That's correct.
So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit the question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
And then you'd agree with me that
So he tells her she can look back over at the jury, and it's funny how you then see her turn and look back over at the jury. But by now, the jury has been warned. This is all part of her training. She looks at you because she's been told to look at you. And our third example of the defense attorney getting somewhat impatient today, this particular witness who was talking about fingerprints, the defense attorney was pointing out we had a whole lot of talk to just say nothing at all. No fingerprints.
you told us about your experience. You told us about fingerprints. You told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant. And then you told us about looking at the photographs that would, and the items that would depict friction ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
The judge said, yeah, we're not going to do
Yes,
that.
he was
So
victim.
the question is this hurting the defense attorney that he seems a little impatient?
Yeah,
I
I'll get a
personally
link.
don't think so. I think he has set up from the beginning that he's not going
Well, if you've got it handy, Jennifer, usually
to
let me
waste the
see, have I
jury's
got it as
time.
a
Remember
banner?
early on, he went the first 4 witnesses or so with no questions at all. And I think that was very deliberate. It was a statement to the jury. I'm not going to waste your time. I will show up. I will ask questions when it's important, but I'm not going to just talk. And I think that he has been consistent about that. So my guess is that the jury will be okay with it. Let me know what you think. And let's go back to that presumed blood on the windowsill and on the outside of the house. Now, why is that so important? Why has that become this pitched battle in the case? Well, it plays into the argument about whether this was really an unaliving attempt by Lindsay Clancy. The defense says Lindsay threw herself out the window, and that's how she hit the ground so hard that she wound up fracturing or transecting multiple vertebrae, and she grabbed the windowsill.
Right. I mean, you might have dropped it. Doesn't matter if you have. I've got it in a banner. I'd forgotten I got it saved. Thank you for the reminder, though. There you go. Thank you. I have got it saved as a banner. I'd forgotten about that. See, I need a kick at the butt at times as well. Look. Thank you for that, Jennifer.
To throw herself out and then dripped blood as she went down outside the house.
Would you agree that underneath that window would be the 2 equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
Correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were 2 drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming fairly that that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see.
The defense attorney is saying, look, it wouldn't be a surprise that blood would be transferred onto the windowsill. After all, we can see that it was transferred onto the knife. This is Lindsay grabbing the windowsill as she goes out, as she pushes herself out. Now, the prosecution wants to argue that Lindsay lightly cut herself and then hung out the window, clinging with her hands so she could slowly drop to the ground in order not to be hurt, that she never intended to be badly hurt. That was a consequence she didn't expect. Here is what the prosecution says.
Defense counsel asked you about the red brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window, holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
The defense thinks that makes no sense.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then what, like do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
The final big question for today was, did the Commonwealth botch parts of the evidence collection? Because we've had ongoing argument from Lindsay Clancy's side that the investigation itself was poor. And Exhibit A has been that the police failed to find pill bottles that were in the nightstand directly next to the bed that Lindsay moved over underneath the window in order to throw herself out the window. Law enforcement collected a bunch of bottles from the kitchen, but somehow missed these, and they appear to be the ones that Lindsay actually took. The defense has asked several witnesses about this. Anyone who found something in the house or searched in the house, they've said, did you see these bottles right by the bed? They want to point out to the jury, law enforcement missed something as obvious and as important as that because there wasn't an adequate search. Now, both sides took advantage of this discussion to get into their argument over how many drugs Lindsay Clancy was actually taking. The defense says Lindsay was overprescribed medications, and that is what threw her into postpartum psychosis. But the prosecution says,
Right. Now my headset's garbling. Why is it doing this lately? Is she garbling to you, or is it just me?
She had a lot of pills.
She turned into like a Dalek.
Prescribed, but she wasn't even taking them. Let's go ahead and take a look at this chart I did. This is the drugs that were found in Patrick's.
Can you hear me okay? I've just yeah, I put muted. Did I not put hold please? No, it's not ended. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. For some reason, Lawyer Lee's gone robotic, but I think it's this headset. I don't know why this headset's doing it. It's brand new and it shouldn't be doing this.
Car all prescribed in
I took the dongle out the back, took it out, put it back in. I think it's cleared it.
the September through.
Okay, here's the pills remaining. Look. So she took 14 lorazepam, no, 16 lorazepam, 7 Zoloft, 2 buspirion, 3 hydroxyzine, clonazepam or whatever it is, clonazepam. She took 2.5. Actually, I'm going to take a screenshot of this because this is something that will probably come up. Lorazepam. So she's taken the lorazepam, it seems. None of those ones, and some of the trazodone.
Early November range. There were many pills in
No, it
those
was me.
bottles that were remaining. She hadn't taken them all. Lorazepam, she had 14 of 30 left. Zoloft, 23 of 30. Buspirone, 28 of 30. Hydroxyzine, 27 of 30. Clonazepam, we'll go with that, clonazepam, 11.5 out of 14 pills were left. Fluoxetine, 43 out of 56 were still in the pill bottle. Lorazepam, another bottle of it, 18.5 out of 40 were left. Buspirone, another second bottle of this, 30 out of 30 were left. And trazodone, 22.5 out of 30 were left. Now, the point that the prosecution is trying to make is she's claiming she was given all this medication, but the truth is she wasn't really taking all that much medication when you look at how much is left in the bottles. We don't have a full argument yet from the defense about what they're going to do with this. My guess is, and they've already argued, that there are multiple bottles of these. Some of those ended up being switched, and therefore she didn't take the entire bottle because she'd already been moved to yet a different drug. So coming soon, probably tomorrow, DNA testing on the bloodstains, also on the bands that were used in the killings. That is super sad. The judge at one point said that there would be no court in the afternoon, and at another point said that would be used to talk to the attorneys. I thought that might mean the prosecution was going to rest its case and maybe they would have a motion argument, but I don't know. We will find out tomorrow. A special shout out to good friends from Boston and Connecticut, to Jean, Rose, and Katie, and also to Morgan. And please, if you would, hit the like button and subscribe. Would love to have you back for more videos. See you in the next one.
Okay, so that's that. And then to end up, I want to watch the video that Amy sent me that I had, and I had that saved as well. Well, if they rest their case, it's going to be over a lot quicker than could literally be only a few weeks then. Oh, what was the name of that channel? Courtroom. Here it is, Courtroom Confidential. That's them, isn't it? Without going to find your link again. This is it. Right, I'll get his link.
The facts of the Lindsay Clancy case are heartbreaking. 3 young children dead, their mother now on trial, not over whether she committed the killings, but over a far more difficult question. What was happening inside her mind in the moment? Defense maintained she was suffering from a severe mental illness made worse by a complicated mix of psychiatric misdiagnoses and powerful psychotropic drugs. The prosecution insists she knew exactly what she was doing and that her actions were deliberate, planned, and criminal. But what if both sides are asking the wrong question? Is it possible for someone to experience a severe psychotic episode and still appreciate the quality and nature of their actions? Tonight, we sit down with board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Josef Wittdoring to consider those questions and what impact they will have on the
Hey,
trial
Cindy.
of Lindsay Clancy. All this
Beat
and
you
more
to that one,
on
Jennifer.
Courtroom Confidential.
Got it. I've put it in a banner as well, so we've got it saved now. After this, I'm then going to go to Kick and review Brittany's stream last night that she did on Sebastian Rogers, which she did 6 hours. So I don't know how much, we might do that in 2 parts. Or while we're here, while we're watching this, I might take the dead air out. See how much dead air I can take out of it, because 6 hours is too much.
Good evening and welcome, everybody. It is
How you
Monday,
doing,
August
Adamos?
3rd, 2026, and this is your Monday night
Doing
special from Courtroom
Cindy.
Confidential, the fastest growing true crime news channel on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being here. Hello to Lindsay Brillhard and to Heather Cooper-Smith, Diane May, Shy Gal, Becky B., Sunny A, Mixed Firebird's Child, so many familiar names and faces that can look live and you're watching from. Pardon me, I got a little bit of a cough, so forgive me for that. For those of you who might be, Dr. Yosef, how are you, my friend?
I'm great, Josh. Thank you so much for having me.
We were chatting a little bit.
I love his voice.
Ahead of time, and tell people watching briefly kind of what your area of expertise is, because we were saying that this case falls squarely into kind of the exact issues that you deal with as far as medications and mental health and understanding the interplay of all that.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm a medical doctor, board certified psychiatrist, but my specialty after that was in psychiatric drug side effects. So I did a fellowship in psychiatric drug development at Johnson & Johnson. You know, I worked at the FDA focusing on psychiatric drug side effects. And then I worked in the pharmaceutical industry writing drug labels. After that, I opened up a clinic, which I've been running for 7 years, called the Taper Clinic, which helps people come
Her kids don't go back till about the 24th, 25th of August, though.
off psychiatric medications. And by and large, the main reason people come to me is they're suffering from severe adverse drug reactions. And so, you know, I've seen patients just like Lindsay before, and I've seen them several times over the last 7 years doing this work. And at the FDA. So yeah, this is what I do.
When we've now heard a few days of testimony that have included talking about what she was experiencing. We heard from Patrick, her ex-husband, who was called as the very first witness, who talked about this struggle that she's gone through. We've heard from her diary, her own entries in her own voice of what she was struggling with. And then most recently today, we're going to get into it in a little bit, from some psychiatrists who treated her afterwards, after the killings, to talk about what she was experiencing then. But in everything that you're hearing, what was and I know that you're a degree removed, but was your analysis that it sounded like what you have experienced with other patients who are dealing with kind of trying to balance out the medications and their own mental illness?
I have seen patients just like Lindsay who almost to a T, you know, they get an exposure to Zoloft or an SSRI medication. It immediately triggers a severe adverse drug reaction. And then subsequent, attempts to try and, try different medications, it makes them worse and worse. They start to become suicidal. They can sometimes even have homicidal thoughts at times. And most of these patients, gosh, if you just remove the medications, it goes away. And so I've seen them in my clinical practice. I've seen them get better over time. And I've also read a lot of cases about similar people who have gone on and while involuntarily intoxicated on psychiatric medications, they've killed family members. And so this is not an isolated thing. This has happened before. And yeah, so this does feel familiar to me.
Help us understand what took you years of medical school to understand, but I want to know, you use terms like SSRIs, antidepressants, antipsychotics. What are the differences in these medications?
Sure. So SSRIs is selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. These are drugs that increase serotonin in the brain. They are the most common class of antidepressants used in the world right now. This is Prozac, Lexapro, Zoloft. antipsychotics are drugs that typically interact with dopamine, usually blocking dopamine in the brain, and they're used in people who are having symptoms of psychosis or sometimes bipolar disorder. And was there something else that you'd mentioned, Joshua?
No, I think I had said antidepressant, but I guess that's the larger envelope that SSRIs fall under as well.
Correct. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And she's been in her list of prescriptions. I'm looking at them now. I mean, it's things Ambien, Klonopin, Valium, Prozac, Ativan, Seroquel, Zoloft. I mean, this is just runs the gamut of a long list of medications she was at least prescribed at some point. We're talking about SSRIs and antipsychotics, which are all attempting to accomplish sometimes entirely different things within a patient, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in the Lindsay Clancy case, she was having severe depression when she got on them. The hope was that these drugs were going to help quell her anxiety and induce sleep. But if you read the documents for her medical malpractice case, and as her defense is putting forward, each time she's exposed to one of these medications, quite the opposite happens. Her sleep gets worse. Her mood becomes worse. She starts to become suicidal. She starts to become homicidal. And that's really pointing in a different direction. That's not pointing towards these drugs acting in a typical therapeutic way. It's pointing in a direction of drug-induced worsening.
What would be causing that? Like, why? Maybe I'm over, it shows my lack of understanding of this, but if a person is anxious and you give them a drug that's supposed to help their anxiety and it has the opposite effect, is that the doctor misdiagnosing, or is that just an atypical reaction, or what's going on there that would cause that?
Yeah, so Joshua, it can be both. And so one thing that's important for people to understand is people have paradoxical responses to drugs. That's really common. That's what side effects are. And something that I think is really relatable to many people is you could have like 10 people in a room sitting around smoking a joint. 9 people are giggling, laughing, having a good time, and 1 person becomes paranoid. There's certain things about our biology and our genetics that we don't understand. And so there will always be some people who will have the opposite response to a drug, or a negative response. We don't understand why. We can't predict it, but that's very common. That's why when you open these drug labels, you see a million different side effects, because that's just the way biology interacts with chemicals. In the Lindsay Clancy case, repeatedly, this was missed, that every time she was put on a drug or the dose was increased, she got worse and worse and worse. And the doctors should have realized that and changed the tack in their approach to treating her. And in this case, it led to an extremely tragic and horrific outcome.
It's an excellent way of getting me to what was going to be my next question. Was we see this list, and we know that this was over a 4-month period that she was given all of these different medications, heavy duty stuff. Is that a sign to you of doctors who are trying to figure out what's wrong with the patient, and it's kind of this hit or miss, and you don't know what maybe the effects are going to be until the person starts to take it? Or could that be, and I'm not trying to ask you to put you in a position to criticize, but could it also be a sign of them just simply not treating her properly?
Yeah, the way it looks to me is that it feels kind of like a spaghetti on the wall approach here, because I mean, it really doesn't look good. And I'll take a moment to just kind of lay some things out. Okay, so she goes and sees the doctor. She gets put on Zoloft. It makes her worse. She develops insomnia. They increase the dose. She becomes even worse. They say, okay, we're going to put that aside. She goes and sees a different doctor. The different doctor puts her on Prozac. Prozac is an SSRI, just like Zoloft. It's from the same class. You would never do that if someone just had a bad adverse drug reaction to Zoloft, which also had a dose-dependent relationship. So I'm a drug safety scientist as well. So when you have a side effect and then you increase the dose and the symptoms get worse, that's about as good of a clue that drug is bad for the person. And so if they had taken that history and picked up on that, they would have said, I'm not going to use Zoloft. But get this. So this is where it gets a little bit worse. In their desperation to try and help her, they put her on mirtazapine, Ambien, Klonopin, Trazodone. None of these drugs work. Now, this is really interesting. So if you're a clinician and you're hitting someone with heavy sedatives and they're not helping them, you immediately have to assume drug side effects. And this even got to the point where nothing was touching her and she wasn't able to sleep and she was getting worse and worse. They put her on Seroquel. And if you read what's in the documentation for her medical malpractice case, it is heartbreaking because her husband, Patrick, says something is going wrong with these medications. We need a clean slate. We need to start everything again. She's worse than before she got on the drugs. And the doctor at that time increases the dose from 50 all the way up to 400. Instead of listening to him and following his intuition that he's getting worse, they just have this approach that, more drugs is better. Why not just give more? And this goes on even after that to right up to the day before she takes the lives of her children, where she gets put on another
But don't they have like a central system? Like if a doctor puts her on one medication, then she sees another doctor that they know what she's on, or is that not? Because in the UK, I don't think you can't go doctor shopping here. Like you've got to be like where I live, I can only go to one medical practice, I think. If I moved house to the other side of town, I'd have to go to a different doctor's practice. But it's all on the system. It's all under my notes, under my NHS number. We've got a no, a yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's the thing, Vixen. I don't know if all these doctors were talking and know what she was on. You can't do doctor shopping here, not that I know it. And even if you went to hospital, you have an NHS number here. So like everything should be recorded under your NHS number. Like it's a central number.
antidepressant, amitriptyline, and then that dose is again doubled. And so what's happening in this case is she's having fragmented care over Zoom. People aren't doing a proper medical evaluation. They're also not aware.
You see, Vixen, here, you can't do that. To my knowledge, I mean, I've never tried, but you can't just go to other doctors and say, I need to see a doctor. Like you've got to be at your registered GP. And if you went to an emergency care somewhere, then they'd look up your NHS number to see your full history. It's not universally information about going to. You see, that should be. Don't you think it should be, Ivamos?
Of the fact that she had hypomanic episodes. And for those who aren't familiar with that term, hypomania is a symptom of bipolar disorder. And during her first 2 postpartum periods, she had elevated mood, increased activity, suggestive of a mood disorder. And so she never should have been put on multiple different antidepressants anyway. But because these doctors are doing 20-minute Zoom visits.
I'll be honest, when I was in the military, after what I went through, which I'm not going to keep going into with my ex-husband, I was having symptoms, but it was, it was a reaction to fear, reaction to what had happened. They sent me to a psychiatrist who was civilian. Well, I requested it actually. And I've got all my notes and everything. I asked. So I had to go all the way to Plymouth every week to see a civilian doctor or psychiatrist that worked for the military. And he said to me, there's nothing because I said, have I got something like, I don't know, bipolar, or have I got something? Is it me? And he was like, no, you've got PTSD, you've got trauma. And they diagnosed PTSD, but he said, you don't have a bipolar or BPD or whatever, all these things he listed. He said, you don't have, and I've been to see someone since then, and they keep saying, not that I want, and I don't want that, but I just wanted to be sure. They said, you just had the symptoms of PTSD. You do not have any of those conditions, which was a relief. But because of now, I think the person that did that to me has something going on, but I don't know if he's ever been diagnosed. So I wanted to be sure it wasn't me, it drove me crazy. but it was just the fear that the trauma reaction to what had happened. And he would say, you need medicating, you need to see a doctor. It was always, you need to see a doctor, you need medicating. This was from my ex. You're the one that's got the problem. But it turns out, obviously, it wasn't the way. And when we went through our divorce and to get the protective order, my lawyer requested he be psychiatrically evaluated as part of a stipulation. Do you know what he bloody got out of that? Never happened. I think he might have had to through the Navy in the end, but he got out of being forced to do it through my lawyer. Yeah. It's really upsetting, Navy, when they say that to you, because you know it's not true. But they were like, part of the requirements is he be psych evaluated, and he bloody wouldn't go. But I don't know if the Navy made him go in the end, and I don't have access to that information. So, but the problem is then they leave you with trauma, don't
with
they?
her, and they don't really understand her case. they just keep on stacking these meds, and then eventually we have this horrific outcome.
I don't want to get so into the weeds on this part of the conversation. I find it fascinating, but I do want to direct us back to kind of what the issues are at play in this criminal trial. But before we do that, much has been made of the fact that she had all these medications, but then she didn't really take all of them, that she took a few pills out of each. And I'm curious, if somebody is having a side effect to a medication, will that manifest immediately? Like, can you start it? I don't know how many pills would be, but assuming it's one pill is a single dose, would you know in a day or two that, oh my God, I am reacting to this poorly, or in complete opposite to what it was supposed to have the intended effect, and therefore might explain why she would stop taking it almost immediately?
Yes. Yeah. So it varies, right? Some side effects are late onset, but a lot of them are very immediate. And that was the case with Lindsay. Within a couple of days, she was like, this is making me worse. I'm developing insomnia. And the prosecution is trying to make, a big piece of like how many tablets she's taking. Did you know she only took 3 tablets? Did you know she only took this many?
Right.
It's not a good argument, because they have this very black and white binary view. And I'd forgive you if you felt this way, but I have to tell you, in clinical practice, if you get put on a drug and it causes a side effect, as soon as you stop taking that drug, it doesn't mean like immediately the side effect goes away and you clear up and you're fine. Sometimes that happens, but with many adverse drug reactions, it's almost like you've taken a hit to the head. It's
Wow.
like it affects your nervous system and you're sensitized afterwards. And that's the context that a lot of people need for this case, that she was sensitized from the first few drugs that she was on. And that's why nothing seemed to work afterwards. Like, she was on a big dose of antipsychotics, Seroquel. This is a dose that you could give to someone in an emergency room coming in with frank psychosis and essentially sedate them. And she's still having insomnia. She's still getting revved up. Her husband is describing her as essentially being tortured. She's laying on the couch with her head under a pillow, pacing around the place. This is someone who is being tortured by the adverse effects of these medications.
Wow. Incredible. And just play out that a little bit. You're saying that it's not just that these drugs could have side effects unintended that will cause the current condition they're trying to treat worse, but that they could, if I'm reading what you're saying, could almost push her further into mental decline that might make it even more difficult for her to recover from that. Like, it exacerbates the situation permanently.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying, Joshua. And my heart absolutely breaks for her. I think the last witness that they called to the stand today was a police officer who was talking about some of the diary entries that were written. And so, in there's these comments, and she's talking about, she's nervous about her son not sleeping enough. She's nervous about him not meeting his milestone. She's nervous. She's upset because she can't contribute financially to the family. She can't connect with her husband. And so you have to think about what's going on. So we have someone with postpartum depression who has 3 children, who is this anxious mom. And this is why I find the prosecution so tone deaf. I mean, they're trying to make a case that, oh, she was so worried and she's such a control freak, and that's why she did this. What she is describing in these journals sounds like most new moms that I go through who have a lot on their plate. It's so natural. And so she's going through all of these difficult things in the first year of your child's life. And then they hit her with severe adverse drug reactions from psychiatric medications. I mean, this is a woman who deserved better help. And she was pushed into this state of psychosis where this happened. It's completely destroyed her life.
Incredible. Okay. Now I want to turn, though, to the legal question, because it's very different. I think if the question, I've said this many times before, I think if the question that in front of the jurors right now was Lindsay Clancy sick, it would be a pretty clear answer to that. Or if the question were, was Lindsay Clancy not being properly treated, that would be an easy enough question, I think, to answer, even in this discussion we're having right now. But the question in front of the jurors is something very different. And I've said throughout this trial that I think the use of the term insanity in the criminal law context is probably doing a disservice, because we look at what she's going through and we see it clearly a person struggling with mental illness. And whether I know that insanity is not like a medical term so much, but we see a person suffering. We see a person in agony, as you put it. We see a person in further spiraling decline, but the criminal law is concerned with, did she still appreciate the nature and quality of her actions? Did she still appreciate that what she was doing was wrong in those crucial moments? So I want to play some testimony. These are doctors who interviewed her within days of the murders. The first one up here is Dr. Sigal Shah. She's a psychiatrist from Birmingham Hospital and Women's Hospital. She interviewed her 5 days later. And here's some of the line of questioning, and I want to hear your thoughts.
And in your experience as a psychiatrist, you're familiar with the concept of postpartum psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And you know that people can communicate and plan and act on plans, even if they're in the middle of a psychosis, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be drooling and stumbling and unable to walk and talk to be in a psychosis, do you?
No.
So in other words, a person can be in a psychosis and can communicate to friends, family, people, talk, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't, as counsel asked, you didn't have any difficulty understanding her. She wasn't slurring her words or anything like that when she was able to talk.
Right.
Okay.
Excellent line of questioning by this attorney.
Mm-hmm.
This is Reddington, her attorney, on cross-examination, actually, of this witness. But he does something I think very clever here. He's talking about psychosis, and he's asking about whether or not she could still be suffering from psychosis and still plan, because the prosecution is making putting much value into the idea that her actions that day seem to be planned. So he's making it, he's making the point that, hey, those are not mutually exclusive. You can still plan and still be suffering from psychosis. But what he doesn't ask is, can a person suffering from psychosis or in the midst of psychosis appreciate what they're doing is wrong? And that really is the kind of ultimate question that he never got to, and I think very cleverly so. So I'm going to ask you, is that a mutually exclusive concept? Can a person be in the midst of psychosis or a psychotic break, whichever is the proper term, be planning and yet still not appreciate what they're doing is right or wrong.
I mean, I think so, and I think, and I don't think this is something that just me as a psychiatrist can opine on. I think it's something that all of the listeners can listen to. Do you believe that Lindsay Clancy, if she wasn't sick and on all these medications, would have done that? And I think, if you hear the details of the case, it makes no sense, because if you're going to say that this was like a planned murder or something like that, what's the motive, right? In a case like this, you might expect, maybe she found out her husband was unfaithful and this was a revenge killing. Maybe she had a prior history of abusing the children, prior history of violence. CPS had been out there. Maybe she had a drug problem. Like, those would all be motives. But that's not what we're seeing here. We are seeing someone who, had a great relationship, never had any problems with the kids, no prior history of violence, no clear motive. And then I also want you to think about this, right? Because the prosecution's trying to make the case that she's some kind of closet psychopath that like secretly wanted to do this.
Yes.
Why did she tell her husband she was having homicidal thoughts about killing the kids?
Yes.
Why did she tell her mom she was having homicidal thoughts about killing the kids? It's so like, wouldn't that be the worst possible thing if you were going to try and kill the kids and then stage a suicide? Because that's the other thing the prosecution's trying to say. These are superficial lacerations on her wrist and neck. She lowered herself off the window and threw herself back,
But the bit I don't get then is, why did Patrick leave her alone with the children if she, hey, beat him. If she was going to threaten to kill them or do bad things, why was she ever left alone with the children? Ever after that point? I know in his testimony, I think he said, well, he didn't believe she would. Or she wasn't, in that space.
She tried to stage this suicide. I mean, it doesn't fit. There's no alternative motive. And so when you look at this, you go, okay, so that doesn't make sense. And then you talk to some experts, okay, so I've worked with a lot of people who have been in psychosis and drug-induced states. And yeah, you can feel like the FBI is out to get you and be pretty sophisticated in planning things, in evading people, in setting up your house in a strange way. I mean, and I like what he says. You don't have to be stumbling and drooling and delirious to say, okay, now this is the type of person that doesn't understand their behavior. That doesn't make sense. You have a lot of these people out there who are, looking very with it and alert, who are doing.
I pinned the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up. I know, Avi, sometimes you come up, or be Tim. So we're just going over this now. We've finished the trial for the day. We're just going over this.
Completely batshit stuff. But that's because essentially they're in a state of psychosis, or they're on drugs, which,
Probably,
by their design, they change your mood and personality. I mean, that's how they work.
Yeah. No, you make some excellent points. And I'm going to agree with you on two things, and then kindly, softly, mildly disagree with you on one thing.
Sure.
Before I get to that, let me thank some people who've been so patient to be watching and listening while we're having these conversations. I just want to acknowledge all of their support for making this in the potential effective sound. Here's my 2 points in agreement, and then one in mild disagreement. One, I fully agree with you that the prosecution has they have failed to appreciate the case that they're trying to prove, and that they are overextending themselves as far as what they're trying to argue here, because they have said she's completely lying. They have tried to say that all of this was made up, that she's malingering, that her suicide attempt was a fake one, all of this. And entirely unnecessary too, because that's really not the question in front of them. Because again, you can be sick and you can commit a crime, but they are trying to make it sound like she never was sick at all. And I think that was a huge tactical error on the part of the prosecution. I also agree with you that you without saying it, you've kind of made the point that but for her mental illness, this would have never happened. And I agree with that too. All signs point towards her being a well-adjusted person before all of this. She had 2 children before all of this. It was the third child that kind of set her life in this downward spiral. And I agree with you. Had she been properly medicated or whatnot, all of this may have been avoided. Here's the point I will push back on, though, is we keep talking about this in the sense of psychosis and would she have experienced psychosis? And I still believe, though, that what they need to get to, and I'm not saying they've gotten there or not, but where they need to get jurors to an understanding is that even if she was pushed into psychosis, even if she was misdiagnosed, even if she was overprescribed, underprescribed, and it pushed her into this place that she never would have been in, she can still operate in a way that appreciated that what she was doing was wrong in the midst of all of that. And until I haven't heard it yet, and I don't know if anybody can actually testify to that, that no, a person with psychosis has no idea what they are doing is wrong. And that's really kind of the crucial question, and what jurors are going to have to get after in this case, and why I was saying it was so clever in his cross-examination to only make it about psychosis and not that ultimate question, if you follow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I follow, and to me, it's.
Hey, what's up?
Tim, how you doing?
Good.
Have you been following this, Tim?
Yeah, a little bit here and there. I mean, like, I don't think the prosecution's really pushing their case too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a difficult. They're going around a lot of details like DNA and samples and everything, which I think the jury's going to like zone out on a lot of that.
I mean, like, no one's debating that you didn't murder the children. I mean, I think that's just kind of but the real thing is, like, what was the state of mind of the person, and did that person have a motive? And I don't know if the prosecution has shown that she had a motive or the mens rea to basically, what she was doing. What was in her state of mind? And I think that's the issue of the day. And honestly, it's like, really, you're trying to say that she's planned these murders because she told her husband to leave out, then strangled each one of the kids. I'm sure it's bad, but like, that doesn't really prove that she wasn't mentally not aware of what she was doing. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, they've got to prove that she was criminally responsible or not.
Yeah.
On the day.
And I just don't think they've proven it. I think that the issue is also, you have it, I was told in the chat, because I think Ryan was talking about, like, I think someone said there's like 12 female jurors and 6 males.
I think so, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, which could be fantastic for her, or it could be really bad. You know what I mean? Like, these women could be like really angry about the situation, or they can be sympathetic to her situation. It's kind of a gamble.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, I'm still a little bit on the fence myself as a female. Like, I think of those poor 3 children that have lost their lives, but then I don't fully understand psychosis. So I'm trying not to make a snap judgment, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but you gotta like think in terms of like who's really at fault here. Like, was it the doctors? Was it, you know what I mean, that just prescribed? You know what I mean? A gun is only dangerous in the hands of the killer, like someone that's willing to pull the trigger. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion. I mean, like, in the end of the day, I mean, like, she did it. I think that's like already admitted to. She's not hiding that she, and I think you're kind of glazing over the jury. I mean, you already know she did it. She's admitted and she did it. You're wasting time with the jury. The jury's attention span kind of goes after a while. The main focus is you want to get a really charismatic psychologist to explain how she knew what she was doing was wrong. And she tried to hide a crime or she wanted revenge on her husband, like she's like some sort of family annihilator type of deal. I mean, like I didn't pay attention, but have they brought in like someone that explained some sort of motive that she might have had for murdering her kids? The prosecution?
Well, they haven't got to the expert witnesses really yet. We sort of had one today, but that was more about DNA. I think what's coming up next, maybe tomorrow, is the expert. Well, the doctors that prescribed the medication are coming up.
Well,
just-
no offense, they're probably going to defend themselves because they're
Yeah,
going to be
because they're getting
sued.
sued as well.
You know what I mean?
But you need an expert witness that can describe psychosis or like for both sides really for us to decide, because it's like, how do you get lay people, like if we were on a jury, I wouldn't have a
Depends.
flipping clue.
You need like
know
you
whether
need someone that's really charismatic, that's willing to, like a good expert that can explain it in the simplest terms. And so
for
that
laymen,
people,
like you're like, well, for me anyway, I don't know about you, but that like, what is psychosis then, and how do we know she was really in psychosis? You, that's the crux of it, isn't it? Really?
yeah, I think, and that's what you got to do. I mean, like the real battle for the prosecution is like what was in her state of mind. I mean, did the prosecution even in their opening statement state what her motive might have been?
I don't think did they chat. Oh right, I'm just going to block that person. Hold on a minute, let me just go over to that. Unless, is there any mods over on vertical? We don't need people like Collins dumbass and all that rubbish. Can anybody remember, because I don't remember them really giving, I mean, apart from that she planned it. Can somebody in chat help me out? I can't remember. I mean, there's been so much detail. You missed the opening statements. Do you think so? Sounds like Lewis. So I'll go on the side. Sorry, beat him. I can't think. Nothing stands out. Let's put it that way. So if they did, I don't even remember. So that's not good, is it?
I mean, if you don't remember it, it's not good.
Yeah, and we've watched every bit of it, you know, some bits on repeat.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like my understanding is they're just saying, well, she had the sound mind to deliberately murder her children, and she did it in the sound mind to do it. And it's like, okay, you're going to tell us the reason why she did it? Like, what's your theory why she did it? What's your theory why she murdered her 3 kids? You know what I mean? Like,
Let me look at what is prosecution. Because if I was a juror now, sat down, I'd be thinking, well, what was it they did say that the Q? Because they can take notes, right? But they can't take their notes home, can they? When they write their notes,
no,
they have
they
to leave
don't.
them.
They have to leave them.
Lindsay Clancy. Murder 3 children. Because at the moment, they've not given anything like, oh, we might have been having an affair and it was like revenge, none of that.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, okay, like if your whole point of view is that she planned or deliberately planned it, then you have to have a motive in which you believe that why she planned this murder. You know what I mean? You can't just say she murdered these people out of the blue. Because if you're just like, you know, murdered these 3 kids out of the blue, then why did she murder these 3 kids out of the blue? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll go over at some point, we'll go over the opening statements again if you want. So the prosecution's theory appears, I know this is AI, so just see if this jogs my memory. It appears to be that Lindsay Clancy felt overwhelmed by motherhood and believed she was losing control. So she made a deliberate decision to kill the children and then attempt suicide. But that's the motive, literally, according to this, which is what I remember them saying.
That's kind of helps. Doesn't it help the defense's case?
Well, apart from she being in control and knew what she was doing, it wasn't psychosis. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, but like controlling, so if she decides to just like kill her kids and then try to kill herself.
Says, however, the prosecution has not presented a clear conventional motive, such as money, revenge, or hatred. Its case is primarily about intent and criminal responsibility. That feeling overwhelmed and losing control supplied the emotional motive, while her preparation and conduct showed rational awareness.
Yeah.
And then the defense says they dispute this, arguing that postpartum mental illness and psychosis caused the killings and that there was no rational motive. So it's a difficult one. So you've got to prove psychosis or not, criminal intent or not. So
Yeah. I don't know if there's actually a motive. Like they're really, I mean, like just the control. I mean, like, have you shown like,
well, she was very, I mean, think when I heard them reading her journals out, like it was very, like she was wanting to control the baby's sleeping habits rigidly, like, and felt she was a failure just because the baby, and to the minute, I mean, that's like a bit too far extreme for me. I know I only had one child, not three, but to be so trying to force a child to and to cry for, like she said that she was trying to do the sleeping method where you let them cry to sleep. Well, I could never do that. And actually for Lewis, I know it's a different case. The doctor said you can't do that with Lewis, like, because he can't have that stress on his, his heart or anything. But I wouldn't have done it anyway, because the thought of leaving a child to cry to sleep for an hour, my intuition just says no. And I know we're all different. And she said her intuition was saying this is not good, but she did it anyway, like it was a textbook thing. And she felt like killing herself for doing it, or dying or something.
I don't know, man. It just seems like it's gonna be tough for the prosecution. It really depends on the jury pick, honestly. I think like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like if the jury is not sympathetic or they hate her, I think they're probably gonna just, throw her in jail. If they're sympathetic towards it.
She'd have to go to mental place. She'd have to go to hospital, won't she? I don't think she'll go in a technical prison.
I think that's the insanity play where you get insanity, you go to a hospital, you don't just walk free.
Well, yeah, like she'd go into a hospital, because if she was to walk free, scot-free of everything and go into the outside, the first thing she might try and do is take her own life. It just seems, I don't know, it's wild. Like some people feel really like deeply sorry for her, and then some people don't, it depends on the jury at the end of the day.
Personally, I think the way that the defense is going to have to win is that they're going to have to go after the doctors viciously. Like I'm talking about completely decimating these doctors and making them look like the villains.
Yeah.
You got to make it show that you want to go after the fucking doctors that prescribe the medication, and you want to tear them into pieces on the stand. I think
he's going to try and do that,
because that's the way, because you want to make it so that it sounds like they're incompetent. Also, the fact is that they're going to have their hands tied, because I think they're being sued. I think they're going to be sued. They're being, I don't know, I heard, but
yeah.
So they're not going to be willing to be so, open mind, like just start talking, because they might be hit with multiple judgments. You know what I mean?
Well, Patrick's suing them on behalf of the children for about $1 million, but I think it's more not really about the money, because I would have thought it'd have been more otherwise. And then separately, Lindsay's suing them and more other people, but it didn't say a figure. It just said she was suing them civilly.
Yeah.
And also for the defense, you'd want a really great expert witness on psychosis, wouldn't you, to prove your point?
Yeah, you want to get a great expert witness, someone that's very, very, that can really convince a jury, explain it very simple, like simple enough that a child can understand it. And you want them to basically be able to be really good against kind of being defensive against the prosecution, like, kind of fight back a little bit. You really want to go after the doctors that prescribe the medication, because in this story, you want to paint the doctors that prescribed you the medication as the people that pulled the trigger. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
want to paint them. You're the gun. They're the ones that pulled the trigger, and you really want to argue that particular point, because right now, the jury wants someone to blame, and you got to figure out who's to blame. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's
if
pretty
they had
much.
Dr. Joseph as an expert witness for the defense, I think he would be brilliant for the defense because he's got such a warm, loving manner, but he's an expert in what he does. And he works with people like Lindsay, who he said you can become toxic from like maybe taking 1 or 2 tablets, and then it has a knock-on effect because it messes your nervous system up from other medications then. So he would have been someone like him would be, if you're on her side, he would be a great expert witness because he he's a specialist in all this. So, but I don't know. I don't know who they're going to bring, forward. I think that's what it's going to come down to for me, hearing the experts. But equally, both sides, when I've watched other trials, they give a good, you can have 2 expert witnesses that are on totally different sides of the fence, so make it sound very plausible.
So Vala
Huh.
Klipil, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name correctly. So prosecution said she was lazy, overwhelmed, and wanted no more children. That's what I remember. She wanted to control the last baby more because she was trying for time for herself to sleep. Well, that's going to be kind of like if someone's actually writing up diaries and notes. I mean, like when I look at the witness, like I don't know, thinking that she's lazy and she just wanted to sit around.
I
I
don't know
mean,
about lazy. I don't think they said she was lazy.
but she could have just hired a maid.
She did. They had a part-time nanny, but to me, she sounded like a woman that was trying to do way too much, be perfect in every single way, be the perfect mother, go back to
Yeah.
work. I don't about lazy. I don't think they called her lazy. That's not the impression I got. She seemed like someone who was trying to be, I'll be honest, comes across way too controlling in herself as well.
Mhm.
Like just being superhuman, which is impossible. It's
Yeah.
too much with 3 children and trying to go back to work.
Yeah. Over controlling. I mean, like I think, yeah.
And she was running, she wouldn't be able to sleep, so she'd go for a run. She was training for like, I don't know, because he's a bit of a marathon runner, I think. She wasn't lazy. I don't think they did that. It's not the impression I got. But to me, it was more the opposite. She was trying to do too much and be too perfect. And nothing was fitting in her boxes because you can't control life like that without it stressing you out, can you? When you have a baby, yes, you need to get a routine and a schedule. But if you're hard on yourself because it's not quite going to schedule by the minute, that's a lot to put on
Yeah.
yourself.
I think it's a very it's something that's it's going to be tough. I mean, like it's going to be tough for the prosecution. I think honestly, though I could be wrong. I think honestly they're not doing too well because their theory is kind of a little I don't
Weak.
know. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just not it doesn't make sense. If someone's like really controlling, then how does that equal to murdering 3 people and trying to kill themselves?
Well, they're trying to put across that there were superficial wounds as the prosecution, and that she didn't really want to, she didn't really want to die. She just wanted, because in her notes she put that the older 2 children were getting in the way of her bonding with the baby. And the baby did survive for, well, sort of technically on machinery for 3 days, I think. But she put that the older 2 were getting in the way of her bonding with the baby. So, I don't
Yeah.
know.
But we'll see. I mean, like I think that could be still early to think who's going to be, what the jury's thinking, but I think the crucial witnesses are is not like the DNA expert in this one and that one.
No.
Have they showed the pictures of like the children like after the murder to the jury, or are they keeping that under wraps or something like that?
Well, I don't know if the jury have seen it. We haven't. Like some of it has been.
Obviously, we're not going to see it, but I meant
No,
like
no.
because I would think that'd be like objected to by like the defense because that could probably be like a little that get them very angry if you catch my drift, and they might just like it
They
might
described the positioning. Like two of them were face down.
okay.
With I mean, it's a bit. It's got the exercise bands around their neck, face down, which
So
the
they're not going to show
defense
the
was.
photos. Okay.
I don't think so, but they
Mhm.
showed her injuries, and they've shown. But the 911 call we weren't allowed to hear because Patrick's got some things like restricted.
Mhm.
But the thought of the baby being face down, or 2 out of 3 were face down or found face down, strangled, they'd be defense. I mean, they said they wouldn't have much defense anyway at that age, especially an 8-month-old baby.
Yeah.
So but I find that triggering, Tim. Honestly, I found it a bit hard. And then I had bloody dreams about Brian Koberger last night.
I mean, I think like that's the thing, like that's going to be work against the defense because you might get a jury that just doesn't really care for your psychosis theory and decides to just punish her. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It really depends on like the type of jury you picked and how they relate to the defendant. I think she had PP psychosis that had been brought on after PP depression, postpartum depression by meds. It could have made her seem manic, so maybe OCD and a perfectionist, and meds made her develop the perfect storm. Yeah, so I mean, like,
I agree with Laurie,
I
actually. I
mean,
think
yeah, but
so far, anyway, that's I'm leaning towards that way. At first, I was on the fence because I felt so bad for the babies.
and that's what you got to think to yourself by the jury. Like, you might have a jury that just does not care and just want, like just like a
Yeah.
hanging jury that just wants to like put her in jail for life, do what they can. They don't want to give her any chance of possibly getting out or anything like that. You know what I mean?
What if the jury can't decide or they're split? They call that
A hung jury. Yeah, a hung jury.
Would they go through it all again, though? What would
Yes.
happen then? Oh, God.
Yeah. Yes, they would.
Mm.
100% they would have a new trial set and they would do the whole thing all over again. That happened in the Canary case. The first trial was a hung jury and
That's
they did it
right,
again.
yeah. Cost a lot of money, though, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean it's a lot of money for is it a public defender that the Lindsay Clancy has, or is she paying out of her own pocket?
Let me check. I think so, but I'm not 100%. Let me check.
No. Okay, it says no. So yeah, it's gonna be expensive for her.
Oh, so she's paying for it then.
Her family got her attorney. Yeah, so it'd be very expensive for her if she got a second trial. Because stuff like this, like a murder trial like this, can be a lot of money. I'm talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? This is not cheap. You're talking major money involved in this situation. This is not like you pay $15,000 and you get a murder defense for you know what I mean?
No.
So
He's very old school. Very old school, but he's like he seems good. He's frustrated though, but Kevin Reddington, and obviously he's going to have people helping him in the background, but he's the only one in court with her. No, he's not a public defender. He's private criminal defense attorney who operates his own law office. Lindsay Clancy hired him.
I mean, my thoughts are like I kind of share the same thing, Laura Fax. I think jail is also a form to reform people as well, but it's like, a gun is dangerous is only until a person has a hand around it and pulls the trigger. So think of her as a gun and medication as the hand that pulled it, like the finger that pulled the trigger. And that's just my thoughts on that. And also, if someone's overprescribed, you know what I mean? You got to think to yourself, who's the real person? You got to think who's mostly at fault and, kind of think that back.
Yeah, because if you put it that way, like if she can kill her own children, she could kill anybody. Technically, couldn't she?
Yeah.
If you
I
can kill your own children, what if she has another psychosis and kills someone else or
well,
someone
she's
else?
not gonna have any more kids, so.
No, but what if she killed somebody in a relationship? What if she meets someone and then has a mental break and kills them?
I don't know. I mean, that's for the jury to decide on what they want to do.
Mm.
But if she's having mental breaks like that, she's most likely not going to get out of the mental institution. You know what I mean?
See, that's why it's so hard, because I sort of flip-flop between the two
Well,
at the
you got,
moment.
I mean, you got to have to think that's what the jury is probably doing right now. They're probably thinking to themselves, flipping from, did this lady plan it? Is this, do we want to, do we even give a fuck to like even care that this person gets out? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then if you listen to other people, like there was a doctor that was on with Court TV, and she really, I mean, she's a forensic psychiatrist, I think it was. You can tell, feels very, very sorry for Lindsay, and she would be like an expert witness for her, because she really painted, she feels so much empathy for her, even though she's killed her children, because she maybe understands psychosis better than a lot of us. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But yeah, I mean, that's the situation you're dealing with. She even went on to it. Yeah, I mean, that's the situation you have. That's the possibility of a jury. Like this trial might have been decided the moment they picked their jury.
Yeah. Mm.
Because it really depends on them. I'm sure they mostly picked women for a reason, and that reason is that if it was a bunch of guys on there, they might not be so sympathetic to that situation. So they're hoping that a female jury would be more sympathetic to her situation.
Doesn't the defense have to agree on the jurors, though?
Yeah, both sides. They basically have like a couple. I think it's like how it goes is like there's a certain number of times you can just exclude someone with no reason.
Right.
And then you have a reason you can exclude someone. And then, both sides argue why that person should stay or not. And then basically, you agree or not, and that's pretty much how it goes. And that's usually how, like, that's the most important strategic choice in any trial you have is who your jury is. I mean, realistically, juries are won based upon that alone, really. That's why they have experts just for helping you to pick juries.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to get a good jury pool. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal in trials.
See, this is how Laurie sees it. She says, I look at it, she was the bullet, the meds were the gun, and the doctor and pharmacy pulled the trigger. She would be hard pressed to kill anybody else. However,
I mean,
she should be institutionalized for years to come.
Yeah, and you got to think about it in terms of like, I mean, did she do something like this earlier? Does she have a criminal record?
No,
you know what I mean?
Nothing.
That's the thing. Yeah,
No
and that's
CPS, no nothing.
no CPS, no criminal record, and you start thinking to yourself, okay, what changed this person who's had literally the dream life to doing something so terrible at this particular moment? And that's why I think that's the major reason why you need to be careful. You need like a good jury. You need a good jury and a good expert, and you need to really do that. Sounds more like postpartum OCD to me. Sorry if it doesn't make good sense. I'm 10 minutes behind still. Okay.
No, you're fine. I get what you mean. She did seem very OCD and very controlled, because I thought, I understand, when you want things to go a certain way when you have a baby, but it doesn't always flow that way.
Yeah.
And like, if you don't get the sleep, I can't imagine with 3, like, oh my gosh. But if that triggers OCD, where if you think, you see, I don't think I've got I don't think I've got what you call OCD. I like things done a certain way, but I don't think bad things will happen if I don't do it. Whereas people with true OCD, don't they believe bad things will happen if you don't do it? I like things neat and tidy and clean and everything. Some people might think it's too clinical at times, but I don't think bad things will happen. Where I've got a near neighbor, he thinks bad things will happen if he doesn't get up at a certain time, if he doesn't clean things to a certain standard or do things to a certain standard. He believes bad things will happen, whereas I don't have that.
Okay.
So I think there's like probably degrees of OCD. I don't even know if I've got that. Maybe it's just standard, having good standards.
Yeah.
But some people believe like if they don't turn the light on and off so many times, something will go wrong, or they
Just
don't
like the Monk, like that show Monk.
Who's that?
You never seen the show Monk?
Don't think so. My dad used to do that, and it didn't start till he was older. He'd come home
Mhm.
and we'd all be in bed, the lights would be all off, and he'd put all the lights on in the house, turn them all off again. So he knew he'd put them on and off, even though they were off. Like that never made sense to me. But he wouldn't do it once, me, Tim. He'd do it on, off, on, off. I don't know how many times.
Well, Monk was a TV show where it was like this detective got a traumatic event that occurred to him, like his wife died, and he suddenly got basically the same thing where he had to touch every single
Right.
thing, and he had to do like a routine, but he was like a really great detective, so it was a comedy slash,
Yeah.
detective, like private investigator, where he would solve the crime and he would just have OCD, and he would have a caregiver that would walk with him all the time to help him with things because he
Right.
couldn't do things. So that's the show. That's the show.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Should watch a bit more of this and see what it's saying. But my dad, I don't know what triggered it. It was later in life. He never used to do it when he was younger. But boy, did he drive us crazy. And we go, here we go again. And you count the. I don't know if he had a number or whether he'd just stop when he decided to stop. And we'd be like, Dad, that you don't need to keep doing that. But I think he feared a fire, or I don't know. He's probably going to create a fire by switching things on and off. And and we had, just before we move on, the cooker top was like a flat halogen hob. So when it's turned off, everything, you've got to literally turn it on. He would come in, and if my mum had left like a pan of stew on there that was, cool down, or a kettle that you could put on the stove, he would put them he started putting things on the floor, on cold floor tiles, which would more likely crack, which, oh my gosh, it was crazy. But that's as he was getting older. And we're like, Dad, it will not catch on fire. It can't. But you're going to cause more damage to the floor tiles than anything else. It's wild. But it's probably horrible for him, but
Clear. I mean, if you are in a
hard to
state of
understand.
mind where you are seriously altered, unable to appreciate things, experiencing command auditory hallucinations, saying you're going to hell and you're going to die, and the only way that you could stop this is if you kill your children and take your life. This is your last chance. Whatever type of fever dream state that she was in the context of not sleeping and all of that, to me, it seems pretty clear that's enough there to say this is not someone who's rationally able to weigh things and understand right from wrong.
And that's the question. And not to interrupt you, and that is the question: was she in that fever dream, not able to distinguish between right and wrong? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I mean that I think that's what it comes down to, and I think there is enough testimony from the husband and the medical records to really make a case that in the 4 months leading up to this, she was not doing well. She was very different from her normal personality and behavior. And so I hope that the jury looks at that and they, in totality, because I think, the case that she's just some secret psychopath or something like that. I mean, it just doesn't fit.
Awful way of treating the case too.
Yeah.
Like it shows a lack of empathy, I think, entirely. And it cuts at their credibility, I think, as well. One more point I want to get to on this is another doctor who.
But that's like, as a jury, how do you know that she was for sure? This is where it comes in for me. How do you know for sure she was in that state when she did it? Jody Lou says, I have that form of OCD where something will pop in my head and tell me, if you buy those cookies, for example, something bad is going to happen, and I don't want it to, so I don't get the. Is that for real, Jody? Like,
I mean, I'm trying to remember who was it that had the same thing. I'm trying to remember a famous philosopher that had the same thing happen to them.
I mean, in a way, to not buy the cookies is a good thing, but if you truly get that thought, bad things will happen if I buy the cookies. That must feel horrible.
Oh, Socrates. Yeah. So Socrates believed that he had like a voice in his head that told him to do certain things. And if he didn't follow, he called it like an inner demon or something like that. And if he didn't follow those things, bad things would happen. And there's been situations where like he would literally stand in one place and not move for like a day.
Yeah, touch wood, I've never had where I think if I don't do it or I do it, bad things will happen that I can think of. But like I know Lewis went through a phase of he had to have, if the TV was on an odd number on the volume, he couldn't stand it. Like I used to
Yeah.
wind him up at
So
one point and put it on an odd number just as a joke. But when I realized he really didn't, it did bother him and he had to put it on an even number, I stopped doing
yeah.
it. I used to wind him up at times, but I didn't realize that he was serious. I thought he was
Yeah.
winding me up.
I mean, I think like that could be like back in the day that was considered like your daemon that basically gave you advice to do things. And now today we call it OCD and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
So, I mean, like earlier, mental illness was considered more like closely to religion and stuff like that with some
Like
things.
the crook would say, you got demons. Everybody's got demons these days.
Yeah.
Testified today talks about signs of psychosis afterwards. And this was a curious thing to me too, because the prosecution would obviously want to say a person who was psychotic and therefore criminally insane at the time would manifest that days afterwards. This is an interview conducted by Dr. Gilliam Biswas, forensic psychiatrist from Birmingham and Women's Hospital, 2 days afterwards. These are 4 and 5, Callan.
In your conversation with Ms. Clancy, did you notice any internal or external signs of psychosis?
At the time, I documented that I did not note those.
And did you also note that, you know, she was, her thinking was linear, goal-oriented, thoughtful, and she didn't appear to be responding to internal stimuli?
Yes, that is typical language in psychiatric mental statuses, and I did document that.
Is a psychosis, to your knowledge, something that has to continue, or does it stop?
It absolutely depends on the patient. It depends on their age, how many episodes of psychosis they have had. It depends on the type of psychosis we're seeing. For some people, they can have moments of clarity, absolutely. And for some, it can be more continuous. It really depends on the patient and their illness.
Okay. So basically, you're saying that it would be case specific?
Yes.
All right.
What are your thoughts? That's kind of my point was they're both, you know, the prosecution's trying to make it sound like, hey, she was totally fine 2 days later, must have been fine at the time. And he's kind of with the opposite. Where do you fall on that?
I mean, he's correct. And if you brought most psychiatrists up there, psychosis waxes and wanes. You know, people do have moments of clarity. And this is the thing that I think is so weak about the prosecution. I mean, they really are trying to go for this, hey, you have to be completely floridly psychotic, delirious, in a fever dream for this to be something that you're claiming. But there's a lot of people out there with who are having psychotic symptoms who are looking pretty functional. You know, they're doing normal things, and it's only when they sort of interact with a trigger or when there's a flare up in the symptoms that it really activates. And that is pretty common for anyone that works with patients who have psychotic illness.
Last question I have, and then we have a couple of from viewers. What do you mean by psychosis or psychotic?
Yeah. So it's really very broad. So psychosis is hallucinations, auditory, visual, paranoia, you know, FBI's out to get me, delusions, And so we're talking about those types of thought disorders that go on. Typically, they happen in people with bipolar illness, schizophrenia, severe depression, but also in severe adverse drug reactions. You can have these symptoms. So that's what I'm talking about. Thoughts like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me get to a couple of questions. I'm running out of time, so I'll do these a little bit rapid fire. But we had a question earlier about the. Oh well, here we go. What is the doctor's? Okay. If there's time at the end, the potential weed gummy was the one that we had brought up earlier. This was testimony that she had taken in the midst of kind of trying to treat her insomnia. Her ex-husband had testified that she had taken weed gummies. Is that something that would have kind of messed so much with her mental chemistry to have thrown her off?
Not any more than the other drugs that she was exposed to. I mean, this looked just like a desperate person who was trying to sleep and, hey, there's this weed gummy. Let me go ahead and try it. But I wouldn't say it's worse. It was worse, or it was a pivotal thing that made her worse.
Gotcha. Taurus Girl, thank you so much, says, what is the doctor's opinion on psychedelics for depression, PTSD, anxiety, specifically referring to psilocybin or Spravato?
Yeah. Taurus Girl, I'm pro psychedelic. And the reason that I like it is it's a different model of care. The current model of care is, take a drug and you're really kind of passive. It just sort of shuts down your symptoms and you don't really get to the root problems. Psychedelics are used in conjunction with therapy to help people overcome trauma and drug abuse. And there's still a lot of, unearthing there. It's like you use the psychedelic to understand what are the beliefs that you have which are holding you back, and then you work with a therapist afterwards to integrate them. It's a much more empowered way of taking control of your mental health. You get to the root cause, and that's why it's not a drug that you take every day to mask symptoms. It's something that you use to facilitate personal growth, and so I think that's better because there's less side effects.
Excellent. Here's one more. Dr. Joseph, why do you think Clancy, who had a pharmacy of psych megs in her linen closet, would choose throat and wrist slitting in lieu of pills? Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought of that.
She overdosed as well. She took a bunch of pills.
She did. She crushed up a bunch and took them as well. Yeah.
Yeah. About overdose.
I have. Is that all of them, Tiff? I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Oh, B Tim's got to go. I missed him. Okay, B Tim, if you're listening. I thought it was quiet. I agree, kind of was. But did she overdose though? I don't think they were the overdose levels? I didn't think they were. It's a good question. Because the prosecution are trying to say, well, that's why we don't think she was trying to do it. She could have took a load of pills.
Rush through if we've got more. I got one last question. Oh, here's a thank you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Whittor.
He might have to be careful what he says, though. He's only limited. He's a bit limited, isn't that?
Throat and wrist slitting in lieu of pills. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought of that.
She overdosed as well. She took a bunch of pills.
She did. She crushed up a bunch and took them as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have. Is that all of them, Tiff? I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Maybe he classes that as an
rush
overdose.
through if we've got more. I got one last question. Oh, here's a thank you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Whittoring, for being here. And I'm going to echo that as well. Many people are very appreciative of you being here. I am as well. I got one last question, and I figure I'll ask it because they don't seem to be asking it in the trial. You didn't treat her, but having heard everything that you've heard, do you believe in the moment that she killed her children, that she knew murder was wrong?
No, I don't believe she knew what she was doing was right or wrong. I think she was altered in a way that she could not appreciate that. She was having, by her account, she was having command auditory hallucinations. And the reason that I would believe this, because it's subjective to say, oh, I was having command auditory hallucinations. So you want to look at the context of what's going on. Is there an alternative explanation? No, there's no other clear motive. In fact, you have someone literally begging for help from the medical doctors, the husband's that standing by her saying, she's getting worse. Someone do something. We need to change change things. And we have a whole slew of medical records showing that she just gets worse and worse after these drug changes. And so I think when you put it in the context of this person who's just breaking apart, that I do believe in her subjective account that she was experiencing command hallucinations that made her do this.
Interesting.
What do you think? Well, here's the thing. What do you think, Josh? What's your take on it? I mean, you've been following the case.
Well, and good job in nailing me down and not letting me get away with it. I'll be honest with you. I have not heard, yes, the auditory hallucinations to me show a person who was having trouble on keeping her grip on reality. But I also see evidence of a person who was trying to hide what she was doing.
Oh.
And the evidence of sending the husband out on an errand and knowing how long it would take him, if they're in fact able to prove this. To me, I ask the question, why would she do that? Why would she not want him to be there while she was doing this? If that is in fact what was going through her head at the time. And I come back to the answer of, well, that's because she didn't want him to stop her. Well, why would she believe he would stop her? Because she knew
it was wrong.
It was wrong. And so I don't know, because it can be both things can be true. I've said this before. You know, we all heard about the son of Sam, and the son of Sam's defense was that the dog told him to kill. Now that's obviously a person, if it's true, who's psychotic in that moment. If they're having hallucinations that a dog is actually speaking to them and the dog is a devil and telling them to go kill.
Damn.
But the son of Sam would not have qualified for the legal definition of insanity unless he believed the killing was not wrong. And so you can still believe the dog told you to do it and believe that murder is wrong.
Well, how does something like this factor in? And I know, well, let me kind of push just on this.
Sure.
Let's say she was having a hallucination where it was like, your children are going to be condemned to hell and they will suffer. The only thing that you can do to save them is to take their life now and take yours. And this was a very compelling hallucination that gripped her. And then the hallucination, and so she hears this and she thinks, well, how am I going to do this? My husband's never going to let me do this. I have to send him away. And so she knows that he would want to stop her. He knows that that would be bad. But in her mind, she doesn't understand that it is wrong. She actually thinks that it's the right
far
thing.
More nuanced and much closer to, I think, the legal definition of insanity, right? Because now you are talking about someone who may truly believe they're not doing a wrong thing. You could, and it's an excellent question too, because it would also explain why she would believe the husband would try to stop her, even though she knew she was not doing anything wrong. I've dealt with cases many times where people believe that they are doing the will of God in committing a murder.
Yes.
But at the same time, they throw away the murder weapon and they run away and they try to clean up the crime scene because they also know murder is wrong. And it's that's why I say we almost do ourselves a disservice to even use terms like insanity in the criminal context, because it's really not asking about mental health. It's asking about mens rea. Can you form the criminal intent? Can you form the mindset of understanding you're breaking the law or doing something wrong in the moment that you're doing it, even though you may be compelled by hallucinations and psychotic break and everything else?
Gosh, this is interesting. Well,
it's such fascinating stuff. And I do not envy this jury at all.
No.
They are going to have such a difficult question in front of them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been such a fascinating conversation.
It's my pleasure, Josh. I'd love to come back at the end of all of this.
I will
to
bug
talk
you
about
again.
it.
I will bug you again
Yeah.
for sure. Please, everybody, do yourselves a favor and follow Dr. Yosef right now on his YouTube channel. It's at the Taper Clinic. There's his social media on X and Instagram and TikTok as well. Thank you so much, my friend. Really appreciate it. Have a great night. Take care.
Thanks.
Wasn't he fantastic? That was great. I loved that conversation. Thank you so much to everybody for being so patient while we were able to do that. If we have anybody else that I need to thank, Thank you so much herself for the super chat. Very kind of you. Thank you so much to Ida Van Shockley. You know what? I'm going to get this right. Shockwick, Ida Van Shockwick. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Very kind of you. Therapist LA says, hi, Josh. Watch you on SDS. Awesome answers and comments. Looking forward to this. Well, thank you. And I'm glad that you were able to make it over here. Didi Mariak, Ty. Thank you, Josh and Dr. Joseph, Mods, and CC Crew. Thank you for the super chat. And Heather Cooper Smith, thank you for the super sticker. Anderson, God, you guys have been patient. Anderson.
Let's see. Does he get anybody else on about this? Oh, they're talking about
from home not too long ago and sweating your tail off.
I think they're talking about Nancy Guthrie now, aren't they? Yeah. So I'm going to stop sharing that. Is there anything else anybody wants to look at before we end and I go over to the BJ review? If not, but you've got something you want me to play next time tomorrow, you can email me any links, any little videos that you might find. Thursday tomorrow, isn't it? Bin day today. Let me just put my email in case anybody's watching. We're going to wrap it up there for today. I'm going to go over to Kick and be a little bit more. Let's check something in a minute. What's the time? 11:15. See that guy there? Somebody here, he's playing body cam. You can play body cams, can't you? Right. Right, I'm going to just take a 10-minute break. Yeah, Truth does. Yeah, I just remembered that. It's just with the court cases and paperwork and things about children, you've got to be careful on Kick. Give me 10 minutes or so. I'm just going to go and stretch my legs, get a drink. Yeah, it does that sometimes, Jennifer. Sometimes it just ignores me. On here, do you mean Kick? I'm just going to get a drink, stretch my legs, and then I'll be over on Kick to go over Brittany's last night. I'm going to take the dead air out. Yeah, it'll be about 10 minutes or so. See you in a minute. And if not, then I'll see you back here tomorrow. I'm going to aim for about 4 p.m. my time. Is it tomorrow, Thursday? Between 4 and 5. I'm going to aim for 4, but if it's a little bit later, don't worry. I will be here. Okay, it was a short one today. It was still 5 hours, look. Damn, that went quick. Right, and thank you to all the mods, as usual. I think most of the chat's been mods today, which is cool. But some of the vertical streams have been, not that I'm not bothered what views we get. I understand it's going to be quieter, but I still want to do it anyway. The vertical views have been, it's good advertisement though, isn't it? They've been getting higher views. Okay, I'll see you all in a bit.